Mic check for the YouTube stream. Mic check for the YouTube stream.
Okay, Larry, why am I not showing? I'm on here. I was on here. Good morning. My name is Ann McCauley, and I am the chair of the Scarborough panel of Committee of Adjustment. I'm joined by my fellow panel members, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Clay, and Mr. Reed. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from provisions of the zoning that applies to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. The land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Sorry, I will move the mic closer to me. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allocated speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our hearing procedure today. I will call each item in the order listed in the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. The time is shown up on the wall there. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members can not accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application and substantially revise to ensure the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to receive notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposition, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on speakers in the hearing room first and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant and agent has an opportunity to rebut only those items that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into the committee for a decision. Before the first item, I need confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 6th.
Thank you. I will second that motion. I have a motion from Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mrs. McCauley, to approve the minutes of May the 6th. All those in favor? Thank you.
Just for a point of clarification, it was the May 1st hearing, for the record.
Thank you. Are there any excused members absent from this hearing?
There are none.
Thank you.
Sorry, for a point of clarification, there are no motions for excused member absences.
Okay, thank you. I don't need to pass any motions then. Are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for items on today's hearing? Any declarations of interest from staff? No?
There are none from staff.
From panel members? Okay, no declarations. Okay. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through the chair, we've received 4 deferral requests for this hearing. The first is item number 3, 880 Ellesmere Road. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning.
Is the applicant either online or in the room and wishes to speak? He's online. Sir, would you give your name and address, please?
My name is Yaso Somalingam, 880 Ellesmere Road.
Thank you. And you've requested a deferral for this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received the planning comments at the last minute. We didn't get any chance to address to them, and also there were some errors on the comment, so we need some time to clarify with them.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion for deferral? Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in support of the deferral? That matter is carried. Our second deferral, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Through the chair, the second deferral request is item number 12, 84 Santa Monica Boulevard. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to address community planning concerns and to correctly identify all of the requested variances.
Thank you. Is the applicant in the present or online? It's online. Sir, would you please give your name and...
Good morning. My name is Deepak, and we would like to defer the application for now to adjust the drawing spaces, the planning comments, which we have received recently.
Thank you. Can you give your address for our record, please?
84 Santa Monica Boulevard.
No, your address, sir. Not the address.
My address?
Yes.
Okay, my address is 2550 Matheson Boulevard, East Mississauga.
Thank
Unit
you.
number 214.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I have a request for a deferral. Do I have a motion?
I move deferral of the application.
A seconder? Mr. Taylor, I have a motion to defer this application from Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All of those in support? That motion is carried. Sir, your application is deferred.
Through the chair, if the committee members could turn on their microphones. Thank you. Through the chair, the third deferral item, the request for this hearing is item number 14, 533 Kennedy Road. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to address urban forestry services concerns.
Thank you. Is the applicant in the building, or is he online? We don't have the applicant. Is there anyone in the building who wishes to speak to this application? This is 533 Kennedy Road. No? Okay. I don't know whether we have anyone online. The request is for a deferral only.
Through the chair, the agent is not present. However, we do have a letter.
Okay, the agent is not present, but we have received a written request for a deferral.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, and then therefore we can proceed.
I also can confirm that there are no speakers registered to speak on this application. They were registered, but they are not signed in.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Number 5, 33 Kennedy Road. Do I have a motion for deferral? Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to just in a minute make a motion, but I want to ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is it appropriate for me to comment, and will my comments be relayed to the applicant to suggest strongly that he defer this not only to deal with urban forestry, but to deal with what in my mind are more significant issues with respect to community planning comments? Or will he just be aware that his deferral was approved?
He'll be aware that deferral is approved. In terms of for the record,
Okay.
Your comments are
I
noted.
will make a motion then, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Colin, to defer this application, sine die, to enable the applicant to, in his words, protect the tree in the rear yard. And I would also add by way of comment that it would be in his best interests to take advantage of this deferral period to also consult with community planning, who has raised some significant issues with the application. So that would be my motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Seconded by Mr. Clay. Sure. Okay, that is a motion for deferral of 533 Kennedy Road. That's a deferral sine die. Proposed by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor? That motion carries.
Through the chair, the last deferral request for today's hearing is item number 22, 3268 Finch Avenue East, deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to address issues identified by community planning.
Thank you. Is the applicant in the room or online? (3268) Finch Avenue East.
Through the chair, the agent is not online.
Okay, but we have a written confirmation that he agrees to the deferral.
Through the chair, correct. We have received a written deferral request that's in your agenda package.
Okay, thank you. Then we can proceed. Motion? Motion for Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed for approval of deferral. All those in favor? That motion is carried.
Through the chair, we also have one item, item 20, 2180 Lawrence Avenue East. After the public hearing notice was mailed out, the applicant submitted a request to withdraw their application.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience for item 20, which is 2180 Lawrence Avenue East? Notice was sent out, but the applicant has since withdrawn his application, so we will not hear that application today. Okay, no one in the audience, virtually no one there. Okay, do we need a motion to approve the withdrawal? We do. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Clay?
I move to close or withdraw application A0088/24SC 2180 Lawrence Avenue East. And I further move that in accordance with the Committee of Adjustment refund policy, the application fee shall not be refunded.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Yep. Seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor of the motion? The motion is carried. Okay, no other matters of withdrawal or deferral?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, on that question, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, my note here, and it may be wrong, is that we had a applicant request for deferral. Is that not applicable anymore?
Through the chair, we'll deal with that. We didn't receive that in time for it to be included in the agenda package, so my suggestion is we deal with it as we get to that item.
I should have taken more copious notes. Thank you.
Okay. We're ready to proceed with our first application. That is a consent and 3 variances for 10 Wexford Boulevard. I see the applicant. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter? No? There's a seat there, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Mackay, registered professional planner with MHBC, representing the applicant, 7050 Weston Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario. If I could have staff bring up my presentation, that would be appreciated. Great, thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of committee, if we could go to the next slide, please. This application is for a consent and associated variances to create 3 lots on this property. As you can see by the air photo, this is a significantly larger lot than anything that exists in the immediate area as well as the surrounding community. So it is out of the ordinary to say the least. If we can go to the next slide. The proposal is to create 3 lots. If staff can move to the next slide. I'll continue while staff move forward the application. So there are 3 lots to be created. Part 1, next slide. Part 2 in the middle, and then the remnant lot, part 3. We worked with planning staff to work on the lotting fabric in terms of the depth of the 2 new lots, and we felt that with planning staff that the remainder L lot was appropriate. It does allow for a potential future consent to the west for 9 Droxford, which is a substandard lot. My client has had discussions with that owner, but no deal has been formalized, but this allows for that to happen in the future. Next slide. In terms of the area context, the blue dots on the map show where there have been large lot severances in this neighborhood. As committee is well aware, this community was created over 50 years ago, and the lotting was through plan of subdivision and pretty much has the same lotting fabric throughout the neighborhood. So severances of large lots are rare, but they have occurred, and that includes at 7 Gaylord, 21 Wexford just up the street, 62 Wayne, 80 Wayne, and 1094 Warden. And all of those, Madam Chair, are large lot severances as compared to the surrounding fabric. Next couple of slides just show the typical floor plans and elevations. And you can see that we've tried to standardize the buildings such that to reduce costs for the ultimate construction and to provide some consistency into the build form. Next slide. In terms of the key item on this, because it is a large lot, the committee normally deals with policy 4.1.5 of the official plan, which deals with prevailing character. However, policy 4.1.9 deals with large lots that are not in keeping with this character, and instead of dealing with prevailing characteristics, deals with compatibility. And so there is a difference there in that the test is not prevailing character, but is compatibility. Can the lots coexist harmoniously with the surrounding area? So that's the key item in terms of the policy discussion. Next slide. I'm quickly running out of time, but the various variances here, Madam Chair, deal with obviously the lot area and the lot frontage. Those are remnants from the old Scarborough bylaw that has been carried forward in the bylaw that recognizes the existing lot. So whatever we do here, we do need variances for that. The lot frontages are approximately 10 meters in size for all 3 of them, and will provide for a substantial house to be built in accordance with and in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The other variances deal with the variety of built form characteristics to create the buildings that we've shown. The heights are fairly minimal, about 3 feet differential, and that's the peak of the roof. The main entrance height, just over about a foot in a couple of cases, and that really still relates to the street line and the pedestrian character of the neighborhood. And then probably the biggest one relative to the built form is the decks at the rear, and those are fairly large, but they do allow for a deck to be off of the main living area and provide for a suitable barbecue area as well as seating area for use during the summer. I've got 28 seconds left, so Madam Chair, if we can flip to slide 14. There have been a number of support letters 5 in total, 7 Droxford, 9 Droxford, 14 Wexford, 11 Wexford, and 15 Wexford, as well as Councillor Thompson. The support letters are shown in yellow. There have been 3 opposition letters. Those relate, Madam Chair, to visual characteristics and precedent. And if we can go to the slide 16, Madam Chair, you can see that our client has developed a fairly beautiful rendering of the proposed buildings and you can see that these will fit in with the neighborhood. They are single detached houses. They have substantial side yards and front yards and provide for 1 parking space in a garage with a pedestrian entrance that is in proximity to the proposal, to the sidewalk. So apologize, I had a lot to say with 4 applications and only 5 minutes to say it. So really would appreciate if you have any questions, I can answer them for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to your earlier statement. I didn't quite catch the L-shaped lot that you're proposing on one of the properties.
Yes.
Did you say that's for future severance? Is that because it's landlocked, basically? So would you be doing something on the Droxford side?
So we have this larger lot, and so what we worked with staff on is for the 2 new lots, this 2 north lots, is to create a standardized depth that aligns with the lot fabric to the north, as well as the lots to the south. Obviously, that leaves this remnant parcel at the back because of the depth of it. And so right now it's associated with Part 3, the remnant lot, but it would allow a potential severance and lot addition to 9 Droxford, which is a substandard lot. That is not on the cards today, but is a possibility. And with discussions with planning staff, we felt that that was an appropriate response and ability and future-proof a future condition potentially.
That's great. I don't need to know, but I'm just curious, does your client own the Droxford site now?
They do not, no.
They do not.
They have spoken with the landowner, and they're obviously, there is a support letter from 9 Droxford for this application. So they're well aware of the what's before them and before you.
Secondly, looking on the street view, and I noticed from your rendering, there's a large tree in front of the one house, looks like to the north.
Yes,
Are
part 1.
you preserving that tree?
Yes, we are. We worked with Urban Forestry, and you'll see that they have no concerns with that tree, and we are preserving it. And that is a measure of setting that building back, and which then aligns with 14 Wexford. So it preserves the tree, also aligns with that, and as you move south, the buildings kind of skew forward so that the south building aligns with the 8 Drox or 8 Wexford.
The driveway is not going to
we've
require
worked
any kind of injury to that tree.
No, we've worked with Urban Forestry, and they're satisfied as per their comments. So.
Thank you. I do know that Urban Forestry does have some conditions, but I assume they're related to other.
That's right. There's a number of trees at the back that we have to deal with, and so we need the permits to remove trees for those ones, and then we also have to pay for the cash in lieu for tree planting for the other 2 lots.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir. In your presentation and your previous consent applications, you mentioned 21 Wexford as a precedent for a large lot that was granted consent. Was that consent to create 2 lots on that property?
Yes, it was, sir. It was for 2 lots. Obviously, that lot was approximately, I believe, 22 meters in width. I can check my notes. So that would only allow for 2 lots versus 3 lots. This lot is obviously wider.
So it was 22 meters and now it's 2 11-meter lots?
Yes, sir, it is. You can double check.
It looks
Yes.
to be, it looks to have been considerably more than 22 meters if I look at like number 17 to the south.
So I have, it was severed into 2 lots of 11.47 meters each, so 23 meters. My clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? No. The gentleman with you, did he wish to speak?
No, I think he was just here to answer any questions that may come up that I couldn't answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? No further speakers? Okay, committee will take this into committee, and I have your comments.
Sure, I'll start, Chair, if that's okay. Thank you for the presentation. It was a good one. This is, as the applicant noted, this is a unusually large lot already in this neighborhood. It's quite wide, severing into three 10-meter, roughly 10-meter lots, 30 feet for those of us that are still in the imperial system. Is not unreasonable in my view in the context of what's really happening mostly across the city, and this, in my view, would represent what we all refer to as gentle density and introducing more accommodation into existing neighborhoods. I did note from the design, I thought the fact that it's peaked roofs, it reduces the massing a little bit in the second story. I think it's not an unattractive style. Again, I think the architect is attempted to try and mute the massing of these lots. There is no side yard setbacks on any of the properties, which I think is good. I think the variances in general are all, there's a lot of them, but they're all, I think, relatively minor. So for those reasons, I personally, I think this is a fairly supportable application.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Member Clay's comments entirely, and I would just like to note also that a lot of the variances are related to the existing size of the lot, right? That's just a legacy of the existing large lot, and I do commend the applicant, I think, for the actual consent portion of this, in terms of future proofing for that rear of the yard. I think that makes sense. I agree, it's a supportable application.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'm not quite so enthusiastic as my colleagues on this one. As you know, Madam Chair, from working with me over many years, I'm always concerned about compatibility with the existing character of the neighborhood. And I would define the existing character of this neighborhood as predominantly bungalows on large lots. Most of the lots on Wexford Boulevard, north and south, on both sides of the street, with the exception of number 21, are 15, 16-meter lots. What's proposed here are 3 roughly 10-meter lots. So I'm concerned about the fit. It's also visually 2.5-story tall homes, again, on a neighborhood that's predominantly bungalows. So I'm having trouble seeing this as a good fit with this immediate context. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Sure, I'll start it off. Again, for the reasons that Peter and I have raised, I think this is a supportable application. Colin, do we want to just bundle them all, the consent and the variances?
Through the chair, yes. What we will do, staff will impose the conditions on the consent application. Minor variances will not have any conditions, so you can do them all in one.
Okay, thanks. Before I make the motion, I was going to suggest that I do notice that the rear deck is elevated. I wondered whether you guys think that maybe having screening on the sides, particularly now that the lots are fairly close together, I wondered whether, seek your views on whether you think screening might be helpful on the sides of the elevated deck in the rear.
My view was, I was considering the same thing, but I think in many cases they're just a portion of the rear of the property, and they're kind of separated from each other often, I think.
You think it's okay?
I think it's okay without. I think it could sort itself out.
Anyone else? Is that, I know, Don, you may not be supporting it, but No one else? So I'll defer to that judgment. I think that makes some sense. So I will move approval of this application. There are engineering conditions. There is forestry condition number 2, and then 3 times, I guess for each lot, forestry condition number 3. And that's it. I don't think there are any other conditions, so I will move approval.
I'll second that.
All right. Approval of the application for the consent and the 3 variances has been moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed, subject to the conditions of urban forestry and development engineering. All those in favor? Mr. Reed, Mr. Clay, Mr. McCauley's in favor. All those opposed? Mr. Taylor is opposed. Your application is approved, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, or good day and afternoon.
Okay, we'll move to item number 2, which is 18 Agincourt Drive. Okay, before we move to hear from the applicant, is there anyone in the audience on 18 Agincourt Drive? Seeing none? Okay. Is the applicant online? Okay. Good morning, sir. Would you please identify
Hey, this is
yourself?
Peter Druza calling.
Thank you.
This-
Go ahead. We need your address as well.
Yes, it's Peter Druza from Arc Design Group at 60 Thistledown Crescent, Whitby, Ontario. I am the agent representing the client.
Okay. This is a consent application for 2 consents, and I believe there is, yes, 2 new lots to be created and 2 variances. Do you wish to make a presentation?
I'd like to make a short presentation.
Okay, go ahead. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, committee. This application, as you see perhaps in your package, has been before the committee several times by previous owners. The last time being 2016 in September. It was approved for consent, but the previous owner lapsed on fulfilling all its obligations, and it reverted back to its lot. This property on 18 Agincourt is a very unique property in terms of it is 22 meters wide. However, when you look at the fabric of the community around it, to the south of the property, the majority of the lots are between 9 meters and 11.2 meters, and they're semi-detached houses directly south to us. 4 units south to us are semi-detached units. To the north of us, there has been recent severances over the last 5 years to create 3 15-foot lots just north of us. So when we look at the fabric of this community, by allowing these 11.23, our lot is 22 meters, which we're requesting 11-meter lots, we'd be creating a pattern in the neighborhood, which is increasing towards the 22-meter lots, which are further down. So we would have 9 meters, 11 meters, including ours, 4 lots, and then it goes into 3 lots that are 15 meters. So in terms of character community, we're creating the 22-foot lot amongst these 15 and 11 and 9-meter lots stands out on this community. By allowing this variance, this consent and the variance, it will create more of a streetscape here that kind of gradually increases to the 22-foot lots that are further up on the road. This area is also backed by the TTC. There's been a new Agincourt ghost station recently upgraded, walls, sound attenuation, and the whole station. And together we have Shepherd Avenue on the south. So being in a neighborhood that has great access to community community infrastructure and transportation, by allowing for multiple additional residential into this neighborhood would really be a plus to the community as in terms of infill. As you can see, our minor variance request is only for lot frontage. We've designed houses to comply with all other aspects of the zoning bylaw, except for the actual frontage, which we're requesting 11.23. In addition to that, we have had support from the majority of our neighbors surrounding us. We are number 18, but we've got support from 10, 11, 12, 16, 22, and 20. These are all the neighbors flanking us, and 10 Agent and 11 Agent Court, which is across the street to the north of us. So we do have a lot of community support. My client has been very active, going door to door, explaining what we want to do here, and has received that all those letters of support for this. I believe that this is a good example of infill development to allow for this, as it will create a better transition and meet up with the lot pattern that is directly in front of it and beside it in the area. And if the committee has any other questions, I'm free to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I have just one question. There is conditions from an archaeological assessment is required. Development engineering are satisfied, but they have a condition, and the Metro Link also has a condition. Have you seen these conditions, and are you okay with them?
We have, yes. We've already been in contact with a heritage planner, and the Metro Links is because of the new station. It's just a sound disclaimer to put on title for anybody because of the trains behind us.
Okay. So the archaeological is what happens when you're building in an older area. So, yes, we've seen these. Okay, thank you very much.
Mind you, the TTC, the Metro Links did use our backyard for a storage area, so most of the backyard has already been excavated for the Metro Links project. But nonetheless, we will hire the proper authorities there to do a planning report for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Just getting back to the comments, from Metrolinx, one of the requested conditions of approval is to basically construct some sort of safety barrier, like a crash wall. And I'm wondering if the applicant has seen the same. There are other things. There's the warning clause that they would like, and then there's also an operational easement. But the first condition seems quite onerous, and I'd like the applicant's comments on that, please.
Yes, when we receive those comments, we will have to have further discussions with them in terms of the cost implications of that. But without knowing if we need to get the severance or not, the severance is the first process to move forward with these conditions. If this crash wall does become a cost prohibitive measure, then of course my client will probably revert back to it. But without having this consent as the first step in it, we want to proceed with this step first, and we will retain the proper authorities, proper consultants, together with communication with Metrolinx to see what the cost implications are of the crash wall. We do know there's a brand new wall, concrete wall already built, as that is actually the train station is directly behind us, so that's where they stop. So it's not like the trains are going fast, and so a lot of these concerns, there is a brand new wall built. I know it's mostly for sound attenuation, but until we have further discussions with them in terms of the implications of some of these crash things and the costs associated with them, we won't know that until we go through that process with them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted, there is an OMB LPAT decision on this application, and I wonder if you could just let us know a little bit about that and what is different, if anything, that you're proposing here today.
The LPAT decision, which was several years ago, there was a 2008 application for the minor variance, which was denied. The one in 2018 September, or 2016, I forget which one it was, 2016 or 18. That one was approved for its consent, and the LPAT decisions were over, let's say, 6 to 8 years ago, when the conditions for development in Toronto, throughout Ontario, were in a different situation. Even through my experience over pre-COVID versus post-COVID scenarios, the requirement for housing is strong here, which is why there's a provincial mandate that came out last year in terms of building homes faster, encouraging this type of intensification. Those provincial policies, which have now been implemented also into the Toronto policies and zoning, Toronto policies for many of these duplex, triplex, fourplex, or whatnot, and intensification measures were not present during those times of those LPATs. So I do respect their decision back then and for what they were looking at during those times and the policies they had to adhere to. Today's climate, today's situation in the housing market, intensification, it's a different climate now within the policies of Toronto and the province for this type of intensification. I just want to point out these lots are massive. Like, they're very deep lots. We meet the area requirements, and it's just the frontage. Our houses that we're proposing are almost 3,000 square feet. So they're very generous sized houses on these two split lots. If it was one house, then if my client wished to choose, he could make a fourplex out of it. I think this creates more of a community feel by having the two houses being of a good size and lot patterns that match to the south, but also increases the intensification of the area to use the services such as Go directly behind it and the TTC on Shepherd. So these are all dealing with new policies that have come in that were not present during those hearings back then for the LPAT.
Yeah, so I think we get the general nature, but I'm just, because it's a LPAT order, is there a specific policy that you can kind of cite for us that you would hang your hat on that has changed the nature of your application between now and then?
The biggest one is the provincial one of Build Homes Faster Act that came out last year, where the province is encouraging, is putting forth the policy and the act that goes with it to encourage municipalities to intensify to meet the housing demand today that we have within the province.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Randall?
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. Engineering does not have any conditions, but urban forestry does have conditions on this application. They've requested conditions.
Okay. Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment to the agent. Notwithstanding recent city and provincial policy, which we understand very well, we as a committee are still compelled to address the requirements as set out in the official plan for the City of Toronto. And one of the very significant sections of the official plan, which we must consider, is that development applications must be compatible with the existing physical character of the neighborhood. I just wanted to make that comment. I'm not suggesting that your proposal is not compatible, but I don't think it's fair or appropriate to, as my colleague Mr. Clay appropriately called it, hang your hat on policy to assist us in making a decision here, when we do have a very clear policy, the official plan for the City of Toronto, and compatibility is still an important consideration, notwithstanding the city and the province's desire for more housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'll just say that I agree with your comments, Mr. Taylor, but I think also the applicant has identified other lots on Agincourt Drive that are of similar frontage. And so I have some comfort that we are creating lots that are similar to what has been created on Agincourt within probably the last 10 years versus the previous development. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, I agree, Madam Chair. I think this is important to me because we're hearing a lot lately.
Yes.
People coming in saying, oh, don't worry about the OP, the city and the province want more housing. Don't worry about the fabric of neighborhoods anymore. Just, if people want housing, God bless them, go for it. I don't see it that way. I agree with you. I don't have an issue with this particular application in that it is compatible, in my opinion, with the existing physical character of the neighborhood. That's the reason I'm supporting it, not that the city and the province are encouraging more housing. I just wanted to make that point, not only for this agent, but maybe for the 3 or 4 others we'll hear about today. We're all hearing this a lot, whether it's in North York, Toronto, Etobicoke, or here. I just feel a need to spew out my views on the topic. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Taylor, it's a very valid comment. We are to take into consideration all planning concerns and issues, and not just 1 or 2 to increase the number of houses. So, having said all that, I see that we have some comments from the agencies. Development engineering is okay. They don't need an agreement. Do I have a motion for approval?
Through the
Sorry,
chair.
do I have a motion? Shouldn't say for
Through the chair, have you asked the applicant if they, I might have missed this, but has the applicant had an opportunity for rebuttal?
For?
Rebuttal. They did their
Oh,
presentation.
I'm sorry.
Yes, okay.
Okay. We moved into committee very quickly here. Let's back up to the applicant. Do you wish to add any further comments?
Just one comment is that I do recognize the comments made by the committee, and that's why I started off looking at the fabric, showing how we had the semis on the one side, and I do agree that some people are now abusing this policy and wanting to come and sever every lot. And my comments to all my clients when they come in saying that is not the character of the community. This one does have semis and smaller lots flanking both sides compared to the 22 foot of our own lot here. And I myself personally looked at this and said, this is a good example of where we can intensify compared to other lots. So I do agree with the comments for the committee, and I have made those myself for other projects saying that it doesn't comply.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, where are we here? We've been in committee, we've commented. Do I have a motion? Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Just before we get to a motion, I wouldn't mind hearing my colleagues' thoughts on the Metrolinx conditions, because I think the application as presented is very defensible. I think there are, the lot fabric reflects what's being shown, what's being proposed here, and there's only the one variance per lot, just for the frontage, and I think that's fine. But it seems to me that the first condition being requested by Metrolinx might be too onerous, and they have kind of allowed for an out entering into an agreement. But I'm worried that might stall the redevelopment of these sites. I'm just wondering if anyone has ideas on those.
I think we've had applications where Metrolinx have put forth requests. We tend to recognize that, knowing that the applicant has the opportunity to discuss the condition with Metrolinx, and that if he satisfies them, then he's got the okay to proceed with his application. So I don't see the condition from Metrolinx as being a hindrance to development, but it certainly is something that would have to be questioned. And I'm not sure whether that condition still stands if they've already built a crash wall behind the property. It may be that Metrolinx is not up to date with what is out there.
So whose obligation is it? Is it the applicant's obligation to build the, as opposed to Metrolinx? It's the applicant's obligation to build a crash wall?
I believe the wording is that it's the applicant's obligation to consult with Metrolinx regarding the improvisation of the crash wall. We could look at the exact wording, but
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to jump in on this. In my view, Metrolinx has its own regulatory regime. They are going to impose these conditions whether we include them or not, so it really doesn't matter, as far as I'm concerned. So whether a crash wall is reasonable or not, the applicant is going to have to address that with Metrolinx directly, whether we require him to do it or not. Metrolinx will.
Any further comments?
So what are you saying, Don? We don't need to put a condition in?
Personally, I don't think it's necessary. I know other panels in the city treat these comments as advisory. From our perspective, we just say, hey, heads up, Metrolinx has some things they want to sort out with you. And we just leave it at that. We don't include Metrolinx in our conditions. But I know in Scarborough, from past experience, the tradition history has been to include Metrolinx conditions as Committee of Adjustment conditions.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, often they're asking for easements, right? That seems to be one of the most common things. And then they put the advisory thing in, we may come back sometime in the future for discussion. So if you're concerned, could we maybe, rather than be specific to these conditions, could we put something in that the applicant should have further consultations with Metrolinx?
see, we sometimes, in some panels, don't impose those conditions because there's nobody in the city that can clear them. It's strictly an applicant-Metrolinx relationship. And that's the reason in some parts of this city we don't include Metrolinx conditions, because we can't clear them. There's nobody in this building or this administration can clear Metrolinx conditions.
Yeah, it is a provincial agency.
Yeah.
And usually what we get is either a warning clause or a statement that it's a warning.
Yeah, but this is different.
This one is different, and they're requesting something, but it seems from what the applicant is saying, they're requesting something that has already been constructed. And so the letter may or may not be valid.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, I think
We can leave the condition off,
yeah,
as it's obviously up to the applicant. He's going to deal with Metrolinx
Yeah.
regardless of what we add to our approval.
right. No, I agree, and I'm more comfortable just inserting the warning clause as a condition. I think because that's a very minor thing that's easily dealt with, and Metrolinx can deal with the more meaty aspects themselves, I think.
This one's got the,
I'd be supportive of that approach.
but this one's got the easement in too.
Yeah,
You-
I'd be inclined to leave the easement out as well. I think those are, anyway, that's just my view.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I think, as I said before, I think this is a good application. It's the right spot for it on the right road, and I think it fits the lotting pattern. And the ensuing variances are minor in my opinion. So I move approval subject to Metrolinx, just the third condition of approval, which is the warning clause, the community planning condition, and urban forestry condition 2, and urban forestry condition 3 2 times.
And the archaeological?
Yeah, that's a heritage condition.
All right. The motion.
Mr. Reed, did you clarify that urban forestry condition 3 is ×2?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I'd be quite happy to second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Reeds, seconded by Mr. Taylor, subject to conditions as spoken, including the revision to the Metrolinx condition. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Our next item, 880 Ellesmere Road, has been deferred, so we're moving on to 4 Chancellery Drive. Sorry, 8 Chancellery Drive, item number 4. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? We have two people that have joined us at the front regarding 8 Chancellor Drive. No? And I have no one on the phone on this item. So, the variance application for 8 Chancellor Drive is to permit an enclosed porch and carport to the existing single-family dwelling. It requires 2 variances, one for the front yard setback and a second one for driveway width. Are you the applicant, sir?
Yeah.
Would you give your name and address, please?
Yeah, myself, Kishan Desai, and I'm representing my client, Mr. Jigar. And
Are you speaking into the mic?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Give me your name again, please.
Yeah, myself, Kishan Desai, and I'm the agent for the applicant, 8 Chancellor Drive, and the owner is Mr. Jigar, is here.
Thank you very much. Okay. There is a condition from community planning that you build in accordance with the proposed site plan. I believe that this property has already been built.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Transportation Services have commented they are okay with the driveway maximum. Is there anything you wish to add to this application?
I would just say that we received the email from the transportation report that they have no object with the driveway width, and the second variance is for the front setback, and it's been already as-built carport since the owner bought the house, and since then there was a complaint on this for the as-built carport, and upon the building permit application, we met all the deficiencies, but this one, and we found this is a minor in variance, and for that, I believe that it is a variance, and I would request members and chair to look into this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Just one. In the community planning report, they talked about pending the submission of the full application fees, and I understand that those have been submitted. Is that correct?
Yes, it's been submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Does the owner wish to speak, or is he just here?
No, I'm okay, and I'm just here for him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Are we ready to move this into committee now? Yeah. Okay. Any comments? Do I have a motion? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. There are just 2 variances, and they're both extremely minor, in my opinion. They're less than half a meter, and I think that what is there fits in with the neighborhood. And so for those reasons, I move approval of the application, subject to the community planning condition that the approval be tied to the site plan.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Clay? Okay. A motion for approval from Mr. Reed and seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
We are moving on to item number 5, which is 1195 Pharmacy Avenue. Is the owner online? Yes, thank you. Okay. 1195 Pharmacy Avenue is an application to... One moment, sir. 1195 Pharmacy Avenue is a variance application to construct a garden suite in the front yard, whereas a garden suite is not permitted in the front yard. There is a staff report and a staff report recommending refusal. Okay. Sir, are you the applicant?
I am the applicant and I'm the homeowner and the builder.
Okay. Can we have your name and your address, please, sir? And
Sure. My name is Milad Minui, 1195 Pharmacy Avenue in Scarborough.
thank you. You have 5 minutes to present your case on this garden suite proposal.
Thank you very much. There's a condition that it says I cannot build in the front. I have speaking to the city and I submitted it. It's not the law. It says it may not be built in the front. As long as it's built in the property area, it's okay. I have confirmed with the city of Toronto and I submitted the documents. That's number one. Another thing is that the property is the single family house is built in the back of the property and the front has a lot of room. That's another reason that I do not have any space in the back to build. That's why I was thinking to do the existing garage. They were concerned about the grass that's already added more grass, and I sent the drawings to the city for approval, and you have a copy of that. The planning, they were concerned about the which I collected couple supporting documents from them and the letters. There's 2 houses on the right, 2 houses on the left, and the front of the property there's a big school that I already got from the 4 neighbors, the supporting that they are okay with it. And then city, okay. And then there's another concern that my family are moving to Canada and they were looking for a space to live in. At the moment they're living in the city. I wanted to build this for them so they can move in there. I would appreciate it if you guys allow that. If you have any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. So you did submit some supplementary revised plans, and are those plans changing any of your variances, like specifically variance 1 and 2? Are they? Can you go through that, please?
Yes, the variant 1 was they're asking for more grass, which I already add to it. The only concern is that it's not a lot. They saying it's not allowed to build in the front, which in the city it says it may not be allowed to build in the front. That's the only thing that I cannot change.
That's fine. I understand that. But did you increase the amount of green space that you're providing? Like currently, variance 1, you're providing 177.72 meters, and then 2, you're providing 140.76 of soft landscaping. Do those numbers change?
Yes, they change. I already add more, and I submitted to the city, and you have a copy of that.
Right. So just for the record, can you go through those changes and explain what the numbers are and for variance 1 and 2, please?
Sure. The variance 1, I added 350, and the variant number 2, 258 was added. More of landscape.
So what are the totals then? Like what are the variances that you're asking for number 1 and 2? The total number of meters squared that you're providing.
The Total, it's 493, I believe. I'm just doing it.
So he doesn't need.
So that would,
493.
so that's for variance 1, the landscaping area. So that would mean that you don't require that variance anymore? Because 287
Yes.
is required. Okay, so you delete variance 1, and then variance 2, what proposed soft landscaping are you putting forward?
I'm putting grass all around the garden suite and in the front of the property
So,
where there is an existing interlock.
okay, understood. So for the front yard, right in the actual notice that went out, it said 140 meters was being proposed. How much are you proposing now in terms of actual square meters?
258.
Okay, so you can delete variance 2, is that correct? Because 215
Correct.
is required? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? No further, yeah. Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious as to why the single-family dwelling on this property is set back so far from the street. I'm guessing it's because it was the original home on this block on Pharmacy Avenue?
Yes, that's correct. There is 2 houses that built like this with one builder at 1948. And last year, I wanted to add a second floor. Because of this purpose, I just kept the square meter the same way it is, and I add the second floor on top. That's why there's 2 houses on the pharmacy that built setback, and the rest of the houses are new. That's why they brought it to the front. But these 2 houses are 1948 built.
Okay, yeah, that's sort of what I suspected. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, in your discussions with the city, the issue really is the garden suite, and the city policy that has been fairly recently enacted says that a garden suite may be built in the rear yard, but may not be in the front yard. And one of the community's planning staff's comments was that this would set a precedent for other garden suites to be built in the front yard. I was trying to think of any other garden suites that we have approved. I know a couple where it's a corner lot, and the garden suite actually becomes into the side or rear yard, but it is in front of the street. Have you looked at any other garden suites, or are you aware of any other garden suites where the proposed unit is totally in the front yard in front of the existing building?
Yes, the thing is this, that most of the houses built in Canada, they usually built in the back and they have a backyard. That's why this, I believe it was placed. But there is a house in Scarborough. There's 2 actually houses in Scarborough Gulf area near the University UFT that they are built in the back. I mean, they're all built in the front, and they're actually building. They didn't have the garage converted to the garden suite. They actually build a new drawing from the bottom. Two, I believe. One is on the 1620, I believe. Scarborough Golf. I don't have the address correctly with me, but there were 2 houses there. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of houses that are in the corner lot, and they don't have the space. They're building it in the front.
Well, they build on the corner itself, so that, yes, you get the impression of a unit facing onto a street. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, allow me to add, no problem. Allow me to add one more thing. The concern that from the new drawings that I did was from, if you look from the street view, it's gonna look like a garage. But I put a garage door with a window, which that garage door is not gonna be operational. Like, it's not gonna work. I just put it for the view. So if somebody looking from the outside to the building, they think it's the garage. I added that too to make it more presentable, more look more nicer.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? No? All right, we have no further questions, sir. I don't believe there's anyone else to speak on this matter. What's the wish of the committee? We're now in committee, and your comments. Mr. Reid.
Sure, I'll start with comments, Chair, thanks. My only real concerns with this application were variants 1 and 2, which I'm glad to see have been removed regarding the soft landscaping. I think in effect this is going to be, it's going to appear as a garage, and the lotting is awkward, right, with the existing house being set back. And I know that garden suites usually are in the back, but I think in this case it can work, particularly because of the relationship to the house to the north. There'd be no kind of negative impacts on that in terms of overlook or windows, and I think it makes sense in this particular case.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Reid, and I don't think we need to be concerned at all about a precedent, because there just aren't many situations like this where somebody that builds the oldest house on the street, and it's set way back, wants to provide a garden suite, which the city encourages. So I think, not worried about precedent, think it's a good fit, think it'll be compatible. I share Mr. Reid's, my only concerns were the landscaping. That's been resolved, so yeah, I'm supportive of this.
Okay. Mr. Clay?
Thanks. I'm going to take a contrary view to my colleagues. I think the garden suite bylaw is relatively new, and we're starting to see take-up across the city. I'm not that concerned about precedent, but I think the notion of having a garden suite in basically the side yard is inconsistent with what the city's objectives are to have these kinds of accommodation units on existing fabric and existing lots. So I'm not that concerned about the impact, but I do think this is inconsistent with the more fundamental concept of what the city is trying to achieve with respect to on-site garden suites. So I'm going to be supporting community planning's recommendation on this one.
Okay, thank you. I will comment. I've looked at this, and the garden suite in the front is not necessarily what we would initially want, but I note that it's in line with the buildings to the north and to the south, and really is only in the front yard because the existing building is set so far back. I don't really have a problem now that we've got the landscaping resolved, that he's building a fairly modest garden suite and retaining the existing dwelling. So I have less of a problem with this as well. Okay, saying all of that, are we ready for a motion? Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I stated, I'll bring a motion for approval of the application as amended. That's with the removal of variants 1 and 2, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Okay,
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
thank you. I have a motion for approval of the variance as amended, excluding items 1 and 2. Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those in favor? I will vote in favor on that matter. So it's Mr. Reid, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Macaulay in favor. All those in opposition? Mr. Clay in opposition. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Your application has been approved. Move on to item number 6, which is 3 Joy Ray and 103 Eleanor Avenue.
Madam Chair, committee members.
Okay, just a second, sir. I'm trying to pull this up. It may be on my next, yes. Because of the size of the agenda, we had 6 packages, and so this is the first of our second package. I just needed a second to pull this whole thing up.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can we deal with these 2 items together, or should we deal with 6A, which is the reduction of the lot area, and then 6B, which is the other variances?
Through the chair, you may wish to consider dealing with them together, but then when it comes to voting, separate motions.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, so we have an application for, I guess an application that is resulting from a potential severance of the property, of a piece of the property that is no longer needed and is to be transferred to the adjacent property. That being on 3J Drive and transferring it to 103 Eleanor Drive. As a part of that, we have a variance for lot area on 3J and a variance for
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I could identify those variances for you.
okay, lot coverage, building setback, driveway width, and a rear deck on the second property. So, yes, sir. Let me see before we proceed whether there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item. This is item number 6A. Joy Drive and 103 Eleanor Avenue. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Not seeing anyone. I don't have anyone listed for this item on our virtual. So, to the applicant, would you give us your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Nicholas Dell, Harper Dell and Associates, for the record, agent for the owner, 1370 Huron Ontario Street, Mississauga. I'm here today representing 2 owners, adjacent neighbors who seek to create a more uniform lot fabric. 103 Eleanor is a corner lot that has a bit of a strange configuration of driveways that proceed into it. The second of which driveways, if you are looking at 103 Eleanor, to the right of it, actually belongs to 3 Joy. How this happened in this type of irregularity, I think it is anyone's guess. But what we seek today is to sever off the L-shaped portion and to dedicate it to the side yard of 103 Eleanor, thus creating a more uniform lot fabric. When we do so, we're leaving slightly deficient lot area to remain for the retained lands on 3 Joy. And one of the variances speaks to that. The remaining variances relate to existing conditions, with the exception of the driveway variance, which previous to today's hearing was sought to be done as a delegated consent. But given some of the submissions of opposition for the existing situation, it's come before committee. And I, for one, am always grateful when the neighborhood is able to comment and bring things to light for the committee's understanding. The existing conditions on 103 Eleanor, being a rather tight lot for itself with very little backyard and very little side yard, relate to the existing porch and deck, and the coverages thereof are part of the variances associated with 6B. I want to speak at length, I think, for the rest of my presentation about the objection the staff have to the variance associated with the driveway width. Because there are two driveways currently existing, it presents itself as quite a degree of impact to the neighborhood. The driveways, of course, function along the part that's to be severed. We received approval, or excuse me, supportive conditions from transportation planning as it relates to the existing gravel driveway and the existing asphalt driveway that would essentially be combined as a result of the severance. It's important to note, and let me stop myself by saying first that I apologize. I think I made a revised site plan submission on May 25th, but I didn't see it in the AIC, and that's my fault for not catching that. But what that essentially the site plan shows, and that was the site plan submitted to transportation staff to garner their support, is it shows a tapering and a closure of one of the two driveways leading into 3 Joy, and it tapers it sufficiently to match the existing curb cut at 103 Eleanor, which would essentially close one driveway and taper it such that the municipal boulevard doesn't see such wide driveways any further. And apologies, it's my mistake as the applicant to not ensure that was provided. I did submit it, but I didn't see it on the AIC. And that I think would shed quite a lot of light on the variance we're seeking. The internal driveway width at its widest point is being sought at around 11.68 meters. The tapering of that and the protection of the municipal boulevard is such that it would actually be improving the existing conditions. One of these driveways would be closed and it would be sufficiently tapered to match the curb cut at 103 Eleanor, and that the internal width inside the private property line would be measured as the variance suggests at 11.68. That received support, but I recognize that staff are not in support of permitting that variance for the excessive width inside the property line. But for the committee's comfort and for any neighbors who are concerned and listening, the existing conditions on site have created quite a lot of outcry, and those conditions we're proposing to improve by virtue of this consolidated driveways and the tapering of widths. I understand that there are sidewalk improvements proposed, and support of this variance would essentially allow for all of the public portion of the municipal boulevard to have tapered width driveways. And so it's my submission to the chair and committee members that we're seeking to improve the situation, not continue what appears to be quite an exacerbation of impact of number of driveways and number of cars parked across. But for your awareness, that current driveway belongs to 3 Joy, and 103 would take that into its own fold by virtue of this consent. However, if the committee doesn't see the value in allowing the tapering and closure of the driveways, we would still move forward with the consent, and there would be a compliance undertaking by the owner of 103 Eleanor after the fact. Committee, I have answers for you for your questions should you have them, but subject to what you would like to ask me, I'd like to conclude my presentation now. Oh, thank you. This is the site plan that I think sheds the most light on what the post-consent and conditions of the tapered driveway would show. And this was supported, and has been supported by traffic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple points of clarification. So 103 Eleanor is a single-family dwelling?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
And it looks like it has a double width driveway and a double garage on it already, right?
That's correct.
And 3 Joy also already has a driveway?
It actually has 2.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
Yes, but
I mean, it has a driveway that's off Joy Avenue, not the one off Eleanor.
Correct. At one point, through you, Madam Chair, there was connection to a rear yard shed, but this was not historically maintained, and that's what I understand to be the genesis for this irregular pattern in the first place.
So I guess the obvious question in our minds is, why would you need all that extra driveway? If it's a single-family dwelling, you already have a 2-car driveway, you have a 2-car garage. Why would you need all that extra driveway?
Through you, Madam Chair, two points to that question. One, this property could very well not become a single-family dwelling in the future. That having the additional parking availability would entreat a discussion of that from my client's perspective. Secondly, and this is anecdotal, this is informal, and this is my opinion, but I think the committee may agree that most people enjoy the use of their garage for storage, and the additional ability to park on a driveway that's already there, which would mean less work after the severance is done in terms of road improvements and municipal boulevard sodding, is a little bit easier to manage for my client. It's a little bit smoother of a process to assume this portion of land to their side yard and keep the existing gravel driveway, albeit of course tapering and closing the existing access. And so it's really for ease and smoothness and storage, because I think people generally appreciate the extra space if they can have it.
You're right, it could change in the future, but currently it is a single-family dwelling.
Yes, correct. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Before we go on, I have a question. Was there, to the applicant, was there any consideration that the lands being conveyed from the Joy Drive property to Eleanor, that those lands would be conveyed and be used for landscaping? I noticed that Eleanor Avenue, the way it is situated, it's got virtually no rear yard in the sense of rear yard. It's all got front yard on either Eleanor or yard on Joy Drive, but there's no private landscaped area. Was that ever a consideration, that the lands being conveyed from 103 Joy be used for landscaping purposes only?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Through you, certainly. The existing gravel driveway configuration seeks to be maintained, of course, as I've repeated, with the closure and the tapering of that other driveway. But the remaining portion extending beyond the gravel limits is intended to be enjoyed as an expansion of their side yard, a very limited and very tight side yard. Whether it to be used strictly only for one purpose or the other, those discussions weren't really fleshed out between the owner and his neighbor. But essentially, the genesis for this friendly discussion between neighbors to consolidate a greater lot was because 103 Eleanor did not have a side yard or backyard to speak of, and they wished to use this area for those purposes. It will not wholly be used for that, or only, to use your language. But in fairness, it is something they would appreciate, in a combination of having a little bit more area to park, kind of hammerhead to turn around, as well as a side yard that they could use to enjoy their deck that's existing back there.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, committee members?
No, thanks.
Mr. Rando.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. The site plan that you see on the screen right now, it was submitted to Transportation Services. It was copied to Committee of Adjustment, but it was not sent directly to Committee of Adjustment. And the second point is that the Transportation Services comments that you have in your package are the current comments, and that is their current position.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, committee, we have variance. The consent application is an application that will be dealt with by staff. It is not the creation of any new lot, so it is not necessarily before the committee. What is your thought? We're now in committee.
I'll just start. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of the expanded driveway. I'm not too sure. When I asked the question, I don't know if the answer that I got would completely satisfy me to justify the need for a driveway with that kind of width. I think, a two-car driveway with a two-car garage should be ample for the use of the current dwelling. So I think I'd be supportive of what Transportation's recommendations are with respect to variance number 3.
Okay. I've just pulled up the variances again. So variance number 1 is lot coverage. It's not an issue. Rear yard setback is not an issue. The driveway width of 11.85 meters, whereas the permitted is 5.8, is an issue.
Right.
And the rear yard deck is not an issue with that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So for the item number, this is on item number 3B. Let's just go back to 3A. The only variance we have there is lot area. And that is a reflection of the transfer of that L-shaped to the adjacent. Dealing with that lot area variance first, do I have a motion on that item?
What's the protocol here, Colin?
Through the chair, that's, I guess, three. If you want to deal with the, I would suggest dealing with the variances separately. So if you're dealing with 3 Joy, that's the one with the single lot area variance,
Right.
and then deal with the second variance. Depending on what the committee does on this, it is possible for the committee to refuse one variance and approve the other variances. You just need to be very clear which variances you're approving and refusing.
In clarification, it's also, I think, okay for committee to approve variances 1, 2, and 4 on that second application, but not the variance for the extended driveway width. Is that correct?
That is correct, and you would need to, if that were the case, approve variances 1, 2, and 4 subject to urban forestry conditions, and then and refuse variance number 3.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, committee members. Are we clear?
Yeah, I'm happy to move a motion, Chair, if you like.
Okay.
Take a crack at this one anyways.
Mr. Clay.
So for the reasons we talked about, unless anyone else has any further comments, I
agree with you.
Okay, thanks. I'll move approval of the variance number 1 with respect to 3 Joy Drive.
Okay.
And is that, does that have a forestry associated with it?
That is correct.
Which, both of them or just number 2?
Let me clarify that.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion. We're still waiting for your clarification, sir. But
Through the chair, it applies to both, so it's ×2. So both are subject to urban forestry, both applications.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
So do you want a separate motion, Chair, or do you want to combine separate motion for Joy and Eleanor?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion for Joy to approve, subject to the forestry conditions.
Okay,
second
seconded by Mr. Reed. So I have a motion for approval from Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed, for 3 Joy to permit a minimum lot area of 368 meters, subject to forestry conditions. All those in favor?
Need to ask some clarification here. If we approve that lot coverage for 3 Joy,
Yes.
the statistics for that anticipate the 11-plus meter wide driveway.
The statistics assume the conveyance of a parcel of land,
Right.
not the use of it as a driveway.
And that land goes to Eleanor, remember?
yes.
It gets taken away from Joy and goes to Eleanor.
Yeah. So
Oh, I'm not reading the map right. I see it. I see it going to Oh, okay, no.
No.
You've got an L-shaped, and so the L's land goes to Eleanor as part of the consent application.
And if you look at
The second variance
look at
deals with what we do on Eleanor, on that L shape. But the first variance is really reducing the lot area for 3 Joy Drive.
Okay, and you've got a mover and a seconder.
Yes.
All in favor?
Okay. That motion is approved. So,
Okay, Chair, and I'll move a motion for 103 Eleanor to approve variances 1, 2, and 4 and refuse variance 3, again, subject to the forestry conditions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed for approval of items of variances 1, 2, and 4, and refusal of variance number 3. All those in favor of that motion? That motion also is carried. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 742 Cedar View Drive. Okay. It's an application for 42 Cedar View Drive. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application? No? Okay. Number 42 Cedar View Drive is an application to create a new 2-story detached dwelling, and there are 6 variances requested. Building height, building length, building depth, vehicle entrances, elevation, and width. We have comments from community planning that build in accordance with the site plan. Transportation services are okay. And we have a petition letter of support. There's a bit of a history from this application, but as I understand it, this is a new application with a new owner. And so the changes that had taken place in the past are no longer relevant. Is the applicant online? Thank you. Good morning, sir. Would you give your name and your address, please?
Sure. My name is Krunal from CM Designers and Engineers, located at 537 Danforth Road.
Thank you. Are you going to be the one who is speaking, or is Mr. Ave going to be speaking?
Yeah, I will be speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. The purpose of the application is to create a modern, functional, and aesthetically pleasing home that aligns with the character and needs of the community, which will enhance the overall appeal and value of the neighborhood. The application includes several requested variances, which I would like to address individually. Building height. The maximum permitted is 9 meter and the proposed is 9.61 meter. And building length, the maximum permitted building length is 17 meter and proposed is 17.20 meter. This slight changes accommodates modern architectural design, comfort, and utility. The increase is minimal and will not have a significant impact on the surrounding properties. Third is the building depth. The maximum permitted building depth is 19 meter and proposed is 32.98 meters. This variance is requested because the neighboring houses are situated at the back. If the 42 Cedar View is built with the allowed front yard setback, the back of our building will face the front of the neighboring properties. To preserve the neighbor's character, the increased depth allows more spacious and practical living environment, which will maintain the adequate open space around the property. Fourth is vehicle entrance width. The maximum permitted combined width of all the entrances through front main wall is 6 meter and proposed width is 7.32 meter. This adjustment is for the access of third car parking, ensuring safe and proper movement for the vehicles. Fifth is vehicle entrance elevation. We discussed this with the surveyor regarding the change in elevation, and we would like to eliminate the variance number 5. Next is sixth, driveway width. The maximum permitted driveway width is 6 meter and proposed is 8.88 meter. The increase is for the smooth vehicle access, including third car to enter and exit the respective garage spaces. We deferred the application last time for the adjustment with Urban Forestry, TRCA, Community Planning, and Transportation Department. We have made all the necessary changes to the design, and this time we have their support for the approval. Also, we are aware that we have received advisory comments from Urban Forestry, Community Planning, and Transportation Department, and we will definitely work on it. In conclusion, the owner engaged with the neighbors and received their support signatures as well, indicating that our proposal aligns with the community's interests and values, and we have not received any objections to the proposal. So I would like to request Madam Chair and committee members to approve the application and consider these variances minor in nature. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. I don't have any other speakers on this matter. So no questions? All right, we will take this matter into committee. First of all, on this matter, I'm going to just comment that I was on the committee when this application was first considered, or a similar application for this property, an application for 42 Cedar Drive was considered. I followed that. It was refused by the committee. It was appealed to LPAT. I followed the appeal that is part of our agenda. And I note that we now have a new owner and have made some revisions to the application and have also garnered approval from the neighbors. So I think there's been a lot of work been done on this application, and it has a bit of a history. So those are simply comments as to where we stand on this application. Okay. Any comments from the committee?
No.
Nope. Any comments? Okay. Do I have a motion then from the committee? Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for your comments about the history of the file. The only concern I had was with the depth, but I think it makes sense in terms of the location of the building, where it is now adjacent to its neighbors. And the fact that community planning and transportation are now on board, I think that this has been an application that has evolved properly over time. So I think that's good. The variances, I think, are minor and have little to no negative impact on the neighbors. So I move approval of the application as amended. That's with the deletion of variance 5, subject to the conditions of community planning and transportation.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? I have a motion for approval from Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay.
Through the chair, the applicant did remove variance number 5.
Yep.
Thank you. So it's approved as amended. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Reworded to approved as amended, subject to community planning, which states that it should be built in accordance with the site plan. And I don't know if we've got any forestry comments or not.
Through the chair, there are transportation services condition.
I have transportation services as okay. I don't have them. Is there a condition?
It's basically the same condition as community planning, but it's
Okay.
they both
All right.
have one.
Thank you for the clarification. So are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in support? That application is approved. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Treasurer, I am no longer calling out the names of all those who are voting. Is that satisfactory, or do you wish me to say everyone's name again?
Through the chair, that's not necessary. They just need to say who it was moved by, who it was seconded by, and if anybody's in opposition,
Okay, thank you.
indicate that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 8. 3660A Midland Avenue. Okay. Are you the applicant?
Yes, Megan Asbill with Weston Consulting.
Okay, just a second. I need to find out whether there's anyone else in the audience. Is there anyone else in the audience for 3660A Midland Avenue? No? Okay. So we have the agent.
Yes.
Would you give your name and your address, please?
Yeah, so I'm Megan Asbill, planner with Weston Consulting. With me today is Matthew Halo, senior planner with Weston Consulting, and we're located at 268 Berkeley Street, Toronto.
Okay. And are both of you going to speak, or?
Megan will give the presentation, just here for support. I have some history in the area at 321 Silver Star Boulevard. We came in for a variance there, so just generally supporting her.
Okay. All right. This is an application to reduce the number of parking spaces for a day nursery for the property known as 3660 Midland Avenue. The application comes about because this parking provision provides for a wider area, and the applicant has now provided justification for reduced parking and has indicated how that fits with the requirements for the wider area. You, is it Miss Hallow?
Asbill, Miss Asbill. Megan Asbill.
What's the name again?
Asbill, A-S-B-I-L.
A-S?
B-I-L.
Asbill.
Yes.
Okay. And you're Mr. Hallow, are you?
Yes,
okay. All right. Ms. Asbill, you've got 5 minutes to go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the subject lands are designated general employment under the city's official plan and are zoned mixed employment under the former City of Scarborough zoning bylaw 24982. These subject lands are located within the Milliken Employment District, southwest of McNichol Avenue and Midland Ave intersection. They comprise of 1.15 hectares with 100 meters of frontage along Midland Avenue. And they currently consist of 3 buildings. Building A is a 5-story office building, while Building B and C are a 2- and 1-story office building. The proposal seeks to convert Building B and C to a daycare use and maintain Building A as the existing 5-story office use. No changes to the built form are proposed through this application, and the proposed day nursery maintains the building's existing total floor area, although it seeks to add an additional 193 square meters of outdoor play area, which will require the removal of 9 existing parking spaces. In total, 187 parking spaces are maintained on the subject lands for the use of the proposed day nursery and existing office building. The minor variance application is seeking 1 variance to amend the Scarborough Employment District zoning bylaw 24982 as amended for the subject lands and other lands subject to Performance Standard 2029. Performance Standard 2029 requires a provision of the zoning bylaw to apply collectively to the subject lands to 321 Silver Star Boulevard, 301 Silver Star Boulevard, 2155 and 2195 McNichol Avenue. We are seeking a variance for the total required combined number of parking, which is currently required under Performance Standard 2029 to provide 989 parking spaces across those 5 properties. We are proposing a total of 637 parking spaces for those combined properties, where currently 646 parking spaces exist. In support of the minor variance application, a parking study was completed by BA Group, which identifies that notwithstanding the removal of 9 existing parking spaces, the subject lands will meet and exceed the minimum parking requirements as set out in zoning bylaw 24982, clause 5, section 7.2, providing 187 spaces where only 173 are required for the proposed uses located at 3660 Midland Avenue. Additionally, Transportation Services provided comments in support of the required minor variance. It is our opinion that the requested variances satisfy the 4 tests set out in subsection 45(1) of the Planning Act. The proposed variance meets the first test and maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan, as the proposed development provides a use currently permitted within the general employment area and will contribute to providing jobs and protects the employment area's main economic functions, competitiveness, and attractiveness, with the office use remaining the predominant use of the subject lands. It meets the second test and maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, as it meets all zoning provisions for the mixed employment zone and of the site-specific performance standards, with the exception of the 1 requested variance. The proposed development provides an excess to what is required for the proposed uses of the lands, and the requested variance applies to the site area-specific performance standards and general provisions that do not currently reflect market and land use conditions within the Milliken employment area. The proposed variance meets the 3rd test and is considered minor in nature, as it does not deviate materially from the City of Scarborough zoning bylaw, and the reduced parking ratio is provided in excess to what is required for the subject lands. And the proposed variance meets the 4th test and is considered desirable for the appropriate development and use of the lands, as the proposed day nursery maintains the existing built form and may serve workers of the employment area and residents of the adjacent neighborhood area. And additionally, the day nursery will house the Kinderbrook Montessori School, who is committed to the provincial $10 a day daycare program, which will provide a much needed need for affordable childcare within Scarborough. And based on all that's been discussed and what's been submitted with our application, it is our opinion that the requested minor variance meets the requirements of the provincial municipal policies, represents good planning, and meets the 4 tests as set out in section 45(1) of the Planning Act, both individually and collectively. We respectfully request that the proposed minor variance application be approved. Thank you for your time, and we can happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I note the comment that the Montessori school is providing the daycare uses at the $10, and I think it's $10 an hour, I believe, but that certainly is desirable in Greater Toronto area. So I appreciate that comment. Any questions from the applicant? No questions? I have no questions. Do I have a motion?
Don.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm satisfied the application for 1 variance meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I'm always very much dependent upon Transportation Services comments on parking-related applications, such as the one we have before us. Transportation Services has no issues, so neither do I, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you. I have a motion for approval from Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great project.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 9, which is 2 Dorine Crescent. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the application for 2 Dorine Crescent? No? Okay. Is number 9 This is an application to construct an addition to the front of the existing dwelling. And the addition sets a front yard setback of 3.59 meters versus the requirement of 4.5 meters. Is the applicant online? Thank you. Sir, would you please give your name and address?
I'm Chris Friesen, and the address is 205 Mackenzie Avenue in Ajax.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a presentation, or this seems fairly straightforward? Do you just wish to answer any questions?
I'm just here to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the committee? Okay, we have no questions. And, yep, I don't see any conditions. Okay, do I have a motion? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I was on the panel the last time this came up, and I think it had to get recirculated just for more technical reasons. But I think what's being proposed is very minor, particularly because it's at the end of the strip as well. So the increased frontage, or the increased push out from the front of the house, it actually works well with the flanking lot beside it. I can see no negative impacts on this benign porch, so I move approval of the application.
Okay, I have a motion for approval. Do I have a seconder? Okay.
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion for approval from Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Taylor. All those in support? That motion is approved. Thank you very much, sir. Your application has been approved.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 10. This is 31 Mid-Home Drive. This is the opportunity for those who wish to speak on 31 Mid-Home Drive. Come to the front. Is the applicant online? Oh, okay. I have the (31 Mid-Home). Okay. I have the agent as virtual and the owner in person. But did the agent show up in person?
No, virtual.
Oh, the agent is virtual. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, when I asked for, was the applicant online, I was under the impression that you were the applicant. So the applicant is online?
I am the.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Make it clear. We have an applicant.
Through the chair, we have Cedar online and the owner in person.
And the person at the podium is, are you an owner or?
I am the owner.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. So, 31 Mid-Home Drive is to legalize a covered front porch. The only variance we have on this is front yard setback. So the agent is online. We have your application.
Yes.
Would you please give your name and address?
My name is Cesar Alarcón, and my address is 59 Lape Street, Toronto.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you wish to make a presentation, or do you simply wish to answer questions?
I just want to comment and answer questions that the proposed variance is minor in nature. We are requiring like a setback that varies less than 1 meter from what is allowed. So it's minor in nature. It doesn't have any impact on the neighborhood, and also the area of the enclosed porch is 6.27 square meters. So it doesn't have any negative impact in the neighborhood, and it actually have a positive impact on the property and the homeowner's family.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? No.
Just a quick one, Chair. did you get a building permit for this?
Yes, we applied for a building permit, and when the zoning examiner saw that the setback wasn't compliant with the minimum, we decided to apply to the committee for this minor variance.
Okay, but it's already constructed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? No? Okay. To the owners, anything that you wish to add to this? You don't have to add anything.
We don't have to. Do you want to? Okay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Cecile, and I'm the owner of the house. And the reasons why we build enclosed porch is a safety issue. That's the main reason. We started to have ice build-up problems around the electric line meters, the icy step, and walking area in front of the house for a while now due to the city's policy to have homeowners disconnect the downspout to the city's sewer system. Our disconnected downspout is located at the front of the house, and we already made several attempts to reroute the gutter to stem the flow of water and ice from the front of the house to the front yard without success. We even put buckets to catch overflow of rain and melting water coming from the gutters in the winter. Now that the old side gutter of the house is connected to the lower new gutters of the enclosed porch, the water flows freely and empty out the water quicker to the front of the house. And so far, around January 13, 20, and to 21st of this year, we had some snowfall of about 6 inches or more and heavy overnight rain, followed by significant cold temperatures below freezing. And we checked the hydrometer and the line, the steps, and walkway around the front of our house, and we could not see any more built-up ice in these areas. So the new routing gutters to the lower gutters of the newly enclosed porch resolve the ice build-up issue problems that we have on the steps, the walking area of the front of the house, and the electric line meters. The second reason...
the second reason is the enclosed porch has a calming effect on...
Sorry.
My name is Kerry Wong. The closed porch has a calming effect on my father-in-law's dementia system. He was diagnosed in 2021 with dementia, and they have an ongoing problem with him because he goes around the neighborhood getting lost, and we try to. He fell down actually in 2019, and he hurt himself. So we're concerned about him, restrict his movement. So her idea was to enclose the porch so he could sit in the front yard, see the neighbors, because he likes to look outside. So that helped a lot, and calm effect, So it's been good since it's built, and he could sit there with my mother-in-law to calm him down, soothe him there, and it's helping a lot of problem with the ongoing problem with the family. Like the stress of keeping an eye on him. That's about it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
I appreciate that you come up with a solution to your particular problem that seems to be a good. I'm sorry. I'm impressed that you have come up with a solution to a situation that you have that seems to be a good solution. So I appreciate the work and the effort that you've gone into this. Committee members, do I have any comments? Any questions? All right, we're now into committee. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'm happy to take this one. This is a very, very minor application, and as the applicant pointed out, it serves a particular need for this household, and I don't see this as having any negative impact or raising any concerns from the adjacent neighbors. So I think it's a supportable application. I'll move approval with no conditions.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in support? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's
Okay, we're moving on to item 11, which is 39 Comstock Road. I believe we have a supplementary report on this item. Again, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 11, 39 Comstock Road? No? Okay. Is the applicant online? Good. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes. This is an application that has a number of parts to it. I think I would appreciate a short presentation, especially since you have provided additional information. So can I have your name, please?
Yes, it's Deborah Walker. I am an RPP, a registered professional planner with MHBC Planning. The address is 7050 Weston Road, Suite 230, Vaughan, Ontario, L4L8G7 is the postal code.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, I would appreciate a short presentation.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to see how to share my screen. Am I able to share my screen?
No,
with the presentation?
Apparently not.
Okay.
Can you, is there an item that you wish us to
That's okay.
put on the screen?
No, that's fine. I can do it through words, not a problem.
Okay.
So the application is to permit a vehicle repair shop within 100 meters of a residential zone. That variance amongst some other technical variances, there we go, have been triggered because of the existing condition. And we have been working with staff to reduce the number of variances through enhanced landscaping along the Comstock Road corridor, and as well remove some of the parking spaces that with the asphalt going right up to the property line, we have been able to remove those variances as well. You can see there, that's the latest plan. So we have been able to thankfully work with staff to a point that we are in agreement, and we generally accept all of the conditions, and staff are not objecting to any of the variances. We are generally accepting of the conditions contained in the June 3rd Community Planning Staff Report and the June 4th Transportation Services Division memo as well, with the exception of two, I think, hopefully, minor modifications to two conditions that were in the Community Planning Staff Report. So maybe I could just have, and I'll provide a little bit of rationale of why that is the case, or why we're asking for those. I don't know if you can bring up the Community Planning Staff Report that has the condition, so I can explain what the changes would be. Yeah. No, that's not it.
You want the most
It's the
recent?
June 3rd.
It's in the supplementary agenda.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So the proposed modifications that what we are asking for is in 1A, where it says the proposed variances shall be valid for the current property owner only. We would like the words "and current leasee" added between owner and only. And in 1B, we would like the minor variance be permitted for a term of 5 years instead of the 2 years, expiring June 5th, 2029. And the reason for those two modification requests are as follows. The Miller Group leases the land from, or will lease the land from 39 Comstock Road, Inc. And as you are aware, the two variances have been approved in the past for rider truck rental. It's a similar type thing in that it was used for repairing trucks for their fleet. That is the same intention of this, of the applicant. And that vehicle repair shop will be contained wholly within the existing building. Included in the submission was a plan that showed the internal layout changes that will be made to accommodate that use. The use, as noted, will be only permitted on a temporary basis, but we will be, in order to meet staff's comments and concerns, we will be adding quite a bit of landscaping along the Comstock Road, as you could see in the previous plan. And so that will come at quite a bit of an extra expense to the applicant, as well as time to implement those changes as well. And the lease is for a period currently of 4 years with a potential to expand the lease for 1 year. So that is why we're asking for the total of 5 years to coincide with that lease and with the optional lease extension. And also that what Miller intends to be doing during that time as well is determine and secure a permanent solution for their repair shop. So we would ask that the committee consider those two requests. And we just note that in terms of the surrounding land uses, there is in between the residential uses to the south, there is a Canadian National Railway corridor, as well as other industrial lands. In terms of the setback, the building, the closest point of the building to the residential dwelling is 100 meters. And the closest part to the two properties is 52 meters or 150 feet. So with that in mind, we would ask the committee to consider our request.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple quick questions. So getting back to the previous user, is there anything fundamentally different from what your the current leasee is planning to use the site for versus what I guess you said Ryder was using it before?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I just, my understanding, I admittedly don't know a lot of the previous, I wasn't the planner at the time for the previous owner and not as familiar with that operation, just that it was for a truck repair shop, garage for the Ryder truck rental company. And that it was contained, my understanding, I believe it was contained within the building.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like you're proposing anything fundamentally different from what the previous, okay. So we also have, the counselor has written in and infers that a number of the surrounding residents have raised concerns. Now, we don't have anything, I don't think, in our package from anyone that is living nearby, but are you aware of any residents' concerns, or has your client or you spoken to any of the adjacent neighbors?
So through Madam Chair, that is the first time I have heard that. So I have not ever heard any concern. So that is completely new information to me.
Okay.
Any other comments? Okay. Do I have a motion? Yes, Taylor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm satisfied that this is a reasonable proposal, and I'm satisfied that it meets our 4 tests under the Planning Act. I'm going to go maybe a little bit beyond what the applicant has or the agent has requested in terms of the community planning conditions. I think their condition 1A is irrelevant. We're dealing with the use of the property, not the ownership or the leasee. I don't care if the lease on this flips 3 times in the next 5 years. We're dealing with the proposed use as a vehicle repair shop. So when I get to my conditions, you're going to notice that I'm not including community planning condition 1A. And I would agree with the agent's request that community planning condition 1B be revised to for a term of 5 years expiring on June 5th, 2029. And I would also include in my motion transportation services. There are 3 conditions. And I think that covers it. There was no urban forestry. So yeah, that would be it. Approval subject to community planning 1B as revised, 1C, and the tree transportation services conditions.
Okay. And a term of 5 years.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I have a motion for approval as stated by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Reed, Mr. Taylor, sorry. Motion proposed by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, you voted on that, just for a point of
Yes, I
clarification?
did.
Okay.
That is very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I am trying to figure out where I am here. That is item 11. Item 12 was deferred. So we're on item 13.
All right, Chair, can we take 5 minutes?
I'm actually wondering whether item 13 may be a while.
Yeah.
We may want to take a bit longer than the 5 minutes. But before we decide on our break, people in the audience, it's almost 12:30. Normally we would take a break for about 45 minutes. What items are you on here? I'm just trying to...
19 for 31 Scarborough Avenue.
Oh, okay, so you're way down.
And we're from 31 to...
Okay. Yes?
15, 599 Kennedy Road.
Okay.
172 Vance.
Sorry, can I have the address again, sir?
172 Vance.
Oh, Mance. Okay. There are at least 3 applications before we would come to anyone that is going to be in the audience. So I think before we move on to 807 Kennedy Road, which is number 13, we'll take a break for 45 minutes. Is that okay?
I'm happy to move fairly quickly. I just need like a 10-minute break, unless people want lunch. Don, what do you think? Yeah, we're good.
Good? Okay, let's not take 10 minutes because I want to get my coffee from the car.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask for, say a 20-minute break, which means that we're back at 12:45. Is that okay with? Everyone okay?
Sure.
We'll deal with them in the order of the agenda. So when we come back, we'll be dealing with 807 Kennedy Road, then 599 Kennedy Road, 119 Netty Drive, 99 Brentwood, 172 Mance, 31 Scarborough, and 70 Watson, and then, 70 Watson would be the last one. So we have, from where we are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 applications after our break. And we'll basically be in that order. Some of them may move fairly quickly, but others, it's hard to tell. So we're taking a break until 1:45. Shopping mall has coffee shops. And we'll see you back at 12:45.
Mic check.
Good afternoon. Item number 12, 84 Santa Monica Boulevard, has been deferred. So we are now on item number 13, 807 Kennedy Road. Let me pull that up. Okay. Application 13 is for 807 Kennedy Road. It is to provide for interior renovations to add 6 dwelling units to the existing 5-story building. Variances are required in terms of parking spaces, lot area for units, density, and amenity space. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the application for 807 Kennedy Road? Okay. Is the applicant online? And would he please, sorry, can't see. Is the applicant online? No?
Through the chair, the applicant is not online.
Sorry, is the applicant online?
Through the chair, the applicant is not online.
Through the chair, the applicant submitted an email this morning to staff indicating they would like to request deferral to correctly identify the requested variances. So we do have that on file.
Okay, okay. All right, so we have a request for a deferral of number 807 Kennedy Road. Application, sent it this morning. Still need a motion for deferral. Mr.
Motion
Reed?
to defer, please.
Seconder? Yeah. Mr. Clay? Okay. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. 807 Kennedy Road is deferred. As per applicant's request. So we'll move to 599 Kennedy Road.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the microphone is on.
I think the microphone's on.
Okay.
It's an application for 599 Kennedy Road. It's located on the southeast corner of Kennedy and Corvette. There's a number of revisions to the apartment development proposal to increase the number of units, the height, density, and number of stories. The The applicant is in front of me.
Thank you. I'm the agent, Kevin McCrow, senior planner with W&D Associates, and I am joined today by the owner, applicant, and architect, Mr. Wayne Long from Nahid Corp as well. My address for the record is 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, postal code M4P2Y3.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like a short presentation, please.
Absolutely. If I could ask Mr. Ramdial, through you, Madam Chair, to open up a presentation slide deck that we submitted. If we could get that on the screen, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. I might ask for some control through you, Madam Chair, as I go through this. I'm going to move through this relatively quickly in the interest of everyone's time, and then I'm happy to continue to answer questions on the technicalities and the specifics of the variances themselves. So the site is located at the southeast corner of Kennedy Road and Corvette Avenue. Thank you very much. The site, in our view, has excellent transit context. It rivals locations such as downtown, such as, one would consider Union Station, or somewhere such as Vaughan Metropolitan Center, where several modes of transit converge. We have bus stops right in front of the site for Route 113, which is frequent, 20 minutes or better service. And Kennedy Station, which is 1 kilometer to our north, has TTC, subway, LRT, and GO Transit service modes. We could go to the next slide, please. There's some background on the official plan context and the relevant planning policies to this application, and specifically to the 4 tests and to the variance before committee today. The site is within the apartment neighborhoods land use designation, which is an area where growth and intensification is anticipated to be directed by the policies of the official plan, where it is demonstrated to be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, including other apartment neighborhoods in low-rise areas. The site is also located on a major street, which is another growth identification of the official plan, and an area which is areas which are recognized and distinguishable from the interiors of neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods for a greater degree or level of intensification. Okay, just go to the next slide, please. Just a bit of background on the timeline, and Mr. Long, he'll elaborate on this a bit in his presentation as well. The site-specific approval dates back to 2020. That was a decision from the Ontario Land Tribunal following a settlement offer for a 10-story mid-rise residential building with 269 dwelling units. Since then, what I wanted to highlight on the screen, I know it's very small, which I can appreciate for members of the panel, but there have been several key thrusts of change in city planning policy, some of which are adopted, some of which are under study, and some of which are actually in force or soon to be in force. I want to highlight the MTSA policies, which Kennedy Station, just to our north, although we are just outside, is now identified as an MTSA. That's considered council adopted, but not yet in full force. We also have the city's housing action plan, 285K new homes by 2031. We have ongoing updates to the mid-rise performance standards to generally eliminate the previous recommendation for an angular plane. We also have very recently policy studies by the city to expand the avenues identification. And last, the 6-story project on neighborhood streets, where they're also a major street under the Expanding Housing Option Neighborhood Initiative. I also want to point out that in-force policies not noted on this figure, which have changed since the time of the original OLT approval, include OPA 479 and 480, and those are revisions to the citywide official plan's built form and public realm policies to make building mid-rise forms of housing generally easier in the city. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So current approval, I'll be really quick here and summarize. It's a 10-story building, 215 units. If we go to the next slide. Project is very much what we would call shovel-ready, actually shovels in the ground. It's under construction as we speak under conditional permitting. Go to the next slide, please. Minor variance application is to increase the height relative to the site-specific approval by 2 additional floors. Those 2 floors would be slotted in or inserted above the current location of the 6th floor. There'd be 269 units, a delta of 54 units, and the same percentage of 2 and 3 bedroom units will be maintained. We could just skip down. There's a map I'd like to pull up. We'll just continue on. And again, we can speak to, just continue on, please. Thank you. These types of applications, we always have to move quickly through the speaking time. We'll just continue on. It's after variance. There's a 7, 8, and 9, and then there's one more map. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I just want to pause here for a second. This is one of many applications going through this exact same process, actually in TY District, another application was heard and approved today on Montclair Avenue at Montclair and Spadina. This is about half a dozen applications, if not more, that we've pulled together that have followed the same process. If we could go to the next slide. I took this committee a similar application in December 2022, which those might remember, and in that application we received support from staff to go from 8 to 12 stories where there was a previous OMB decision for a 9-story variance. That application was approved by this committee through this same process and supported by staff, actually the same staff who prepared the report for this application. So going on to the last slide, please. Thank you. In our opinion, the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I'd be happy to elaborate on that if there are questions on the specific tests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. You've obviously seen Community Planning's report.
Yes.
The latest report, which, among other things, they tell us that they sat down with you folks and tried to offer a bit of an alternative path for you to get what you're looking for. Can you just give us some sense of your perspective on that process and why you would rather go this route than the route that staff are proposing?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. We're going this route because I had that map on the screen previously where we highlighted the many other examples of similar applications where there's a site-specific approval. Sometimes it's an approval through council, sometimes it's an OLT settlement or some kind of decision, even going back to the OMB. And we're following the same path, we're on the same course as those applications, taking it to Committee of Adjustment. In our opinion, we see this as a minor variance application, and we understand that it's in the committee's powers to make a decision on an application such as this under the 4 tests. I understand that there's a letter from the councillor as well. There's a letter from staff that specifically suggests the ZBA process is perhaps the more appropriate process. There's a letter from the councillor that suggests that public consultation is circumvented by being in this room and at this committee. In our opinion, that is not true. I actually went door to door to all of the adjacent landowners and neighbors. There's not a single objection registered to speak today. There was not, other than the councillor letter and the staff, community planning staff letter, any objection letters filed. I had the opportunity to walk residents through the public notice that was received by the city. When I went door to door, I also had a full-size copy of the plans. Some residents had questions on the plans, some on the shadow study. I had copies of the shadow study as well. And I don't see the community consultation process as being bypassed, to use the words of the councillor letter, and that this process is the correct process to follow for this type of application, given all of the others that committees of adjustment across the city continue to receive.
When this, if I could, Chair, when this was before the OLT, was it just the city and you folks as the parties?
Through you, Madam.
Were there third parties involved?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. I have a copy of the OLT
I don't need it.
decision.
I just want to get a sense. So who appealed who? Did you appeal the city or they appealed you? How did it get in front of the OLT?
We appealed the non-decision of...
You appealed a non-decision?
My understanding, through you, Madam Chair, through my client, Mr. Wayne Long, is that we appealed the non-decision of the city, and the City of Toronto and ourselves were the only parties to the settlement.
And you came to a settlement?
That is correct.
Okay.
I have a question just following up on that. Reading the decision from the that we've got, there was no one in attendance at the OLT meeting. What I'm really getting to is there was no community consultation because there was no council meeting, there's no public meeting. When you went to the Ontario Land Corporation, it was a virtual conference with no other interests, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, your understanding of the and description of the Ontario Land Tribunal process is correct, but I would, if I could add to that, I would like to add that prior to the application being referred to the Ontario Land Tribunal following my client's appeal of the non-decision, there would have been significant community consultation, which was actually undertaken at the time of the initial submission of the 10-story application for the subject property. And when I say subject property, I'm referring to 599 inclusive of 631 Kennedy Road. the staff report that I'm sure everyone's reviewed, it notes a much longer history of the application. This application, it was at one point 2 separate applications, and at one point there were 2 plazas side by side. 611 to 631 Kennedy Road, closer to the corner, actually had a previous 10-story approval that was never acted upon. There would have been consultation at the time of that approval as well. And then at 599 Kennedy Road, there was an 8-story application that was a much narrower lot that was submitted specifically over that site. And we have actually reports that we had filed yesterday in response to the staff report that show that both of those applications were actually previously referred to Scarborough Community Council. So this application, it has really over 10 years of history, to summarize here a bit, of consultation and of engaging the community.
Okay. I recognize that according to what we have here, this application does have 10 years of history. And I also understand from what you've said that you've got construction ongoing at the moment. If this application is approved, you'd still have to go through site plan approval, I believe. How would that affect the ongoing construction?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. It's actually an excellent question, and it's a question that I recall I was also asked when I brought 4151 Kingston Road to this committee. So yes, this application would still be going through site plan control. We have not received our notice of approval conditions at this time. And similar to some of the applications I had on the screen, another one I worked on was 990 Bloor Street West. What the protocol is that following an approval at Committee of Adjustment, community planning would require us to resubmit all of the site plan documents, so the full roster of technical, engineering, traffic, wind, shadow, all the energy, all of the studies all over again, relative to the C of A's approval of the taller or denser project. So we still have a long road ahead, a lot of homework to do on our end through the site plan control process. That actually also serves as another window of opportunity for further city review and comment on those studies. And what we thought to do when we came in with this application in March, and I think we actually submitted the studies in April, was we included addendum letters from all of the technical consulting disciplines to support, in principle, the minor variance application and to analyze the specific impacts of this application, knowing that the committee makes its decision based off the 4 tests.
Okay. I'm a pretty simple person. I go out there and I take a look at what's happening and what isn't happening. So first of all, what's happening, you showed us a picture of some sort of construction equipment on there. Is that stopped?
Did you want to answer? Do you mind if I invite Mr. Wayne Long through you, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Wayne Long, representing Netty Corp, who represents the owners, 31 Scarsdale Road in Toronto. Postal code I don't remember. So with regards to construction, the site right now is undergoing the excavation shoring portion. They're installing caissons as we speak. They have another 2 weeks for caissons to go in, then they'll start the excavation process, which will take several months before we get down to foundations. As we worked through this whole process, we had many discussions with staff to understand what would be required if we got 12 stories. And we've understood that one particular item, which is the most important, is the sanitary services on Kennedy are actually not sufficient for the 10, and we have to upgrade for the 10. So as we upgrade for the 10, to upgrade for 12 is a minor adjustment of a pipe size. But the work will have to be done, and we've agreed to that with the city staff. Our engineers are just finalizing their report to Works Department to have it finalized for NOAC for the 10-story building. We need NOAC for 10-story, which affects our financing for the construction at a 10-story level. Once we're approved for 12, we'll have to go and amend the NOAC for the 12-story, as well as update, as Andrew said, all the other reports. I would say we also met with transportation. They provided a letter having no objections to what we've provided as a 12-story. Similarly with urban forestry, we have no objection from them. It seems planning is the big objector, and I will get into that. I can get into that now, or I can do it as part of my 5-minute presentation.
Let's have it for your 5-minute presentation.
Thank you.
That gives you a good 5 minutes to tell us all about it. Could I have the applicant back again, please? As I said, I'm a fairly simple person. I've been on this committee for a while. You said you got approval for 4151 Kingston Road through this same, possibly through this committee. Is that building under construction?
Through you, Madam Chair, that building is not under construction yet. Since December of 2022, we've been continuing to work with city planning and all of the various review divisions on the revised site plan control application. There were some, I want to say, you heard about sanitary sewer capacity. That was an issue at 4151 Kingston as well. We had to update that report for that particular site. For other reasons, it became a very onerous exercise for that engineering consultant. We also had to conduct utility locates, not to get into the minutia. That's where you have to go and dig boreholes to prove to urban forestry where we can and cannot plant trees. That process took several months, and we're actually, if all goes well, hoping to resubmit that application through the site plan process at 4151 Kingston later this month to then hopefully receive NOAC.
Okay, so to summarize, even if we gave you approval today, you have months and months of work to do to actually get to a point where you're constructing the building itself. You've got engineering, you've got servicing issues, you've got a number of issues that you've got to deal with. So then, if you've got all those issues to deal with, why are you trying to, as I say, sidestep the process?
Through you, Madam Chair, those issues such as the servicing capacity or some of the other examples I provided, utility locates. Another issue specific to this application I can highlight is in the transportation services report where they don't object to the variances, but one of the issues they do take is that the bike parking room should be enclosed, perhaps with a cage or with a door. In our opinion, those are all site plan control matters. Those are represent the site plan level of detail. And the presentation that I ran through is fundamentally on the 4 tests, the height, the density, and the merits of the application under those 4 tests. What we had is we submitted the technical reports and we fine-tuned them to work with our consultants to tweak them so that the discussion of those reports is specific to the variances being sought at the committee and not, what I'll say, responding to comments we received from various city divisions on the site plan control application. Some applicants treat them as processes rowing in the same direction. What we've done over the last several months is almost bifurcate the two to tackle this minor variance application first. Should we receive approval from the Committee of Adjustment, starting day 2, really tomorrow, we would then move to work towards the minutia and details of the site plan process.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, thanks.
Any further questions from the committee? No. Okay. The second gentleman, if he wishes to make his presentation. Give us your name and address again, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you again. My name is Wayne Long. I'm the architect for the project as well as represent the owners as under Nahi Development Corp. So I only have a few items to add to Kevin's presentation, then we'll receive questions. There is a slide that we presented late yesterday. I don't know if it's available to view. It's a context photograph of Google Maps that inserts our building into the street. And the purpose of this is to show that the 10-story or the 12-story in context with the street character, that either one fits perfectly into the street. So the variance of going from 10 stories to 12 stories is fairly minor in nature. It fits within the character, the scale, and the vernacular of the 4 to 12-story buildings that kind of line Kennedy between our site north to Eglinton. We have received 4 letters and reviewed them, 2 from staff, the councillor's letter, as well as the planning staff letter. And with regards to the councillor's letter, I just want to go over that again fairly quickly. because it spoke to lack of community engagement, lack of staff review, and finally lack of council involvement in a community review. And our responses, where they're more detailed in WND's letter back, is quite simple. We have met with all the neighbors, as Kevin suggested. We have met with staff extensively. At the early stages of the application, we came in with several options, up to 15 stories, and we went back and forth with them to come to something that we thought they might be able to accept at 12 floors. Our first response back from them from an email was that they wouldn't support it because of the shadow conditions, and we went on to prove that the shadows were no issue, that every day of the year there is more than the city requirement minimums for street access to daylight as well as neighborhood access to daylight. So the staff report I found recommending refusal, I must say, found it extremely concerning and disingenuous for how they misrepresented the history and distorted the facts in this egregious way that they've done so in their report. It didn't rely on the true facts of the history nor the true facts of the process we've went through. It's our understanding the city staff recommendation came not from the valid points of that we presented to them as part of our evidence to yourselves, and I haven't seen any evidence that refutes what we have put before you by city staff, but it seems basically based on the recent council requests to study the process as opposed to stop the process for topping up buildings through the committee process, even though it has been going on for in excess of 2 years, and committees across the city have topped up for anywhere from 2 to 5 floors on various buildings in various neighborhoods, depending on context. And again, with regards to context, the 10 or 12 fits perfectly within the street context on Kennedy, because it is a major street, it has great access to daylight, and it does fit in quite nicely. So again, I go back to there's no evidence from the city planning staff that refuted our 4 tests under the Planning Act, and we do have positive reports from Transportation and Urban Design. So notwithstanding, the local councillor's recommendation for refusal, as well as staff recommendation for refusal, we respectfully request that the council approve this application, carefully reflect on the materials in front of you, decide if in fact we do meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and we request, if all of that is in place, that you do approve the application and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Yes, Mr. Clay.
Thanks for that. You mentioned the community planning report, and I think you both talked a little bit about your position on these things, but you just recently said that there are errors, or it's wrong, or it's misrepresented.
Yes.
It's a fairly serious position to take against city staff. Could you help the panel understand where you think that report is in error, or whatever terminology you choose to use?
Okay, so the primary things that we pointed out were, or we noticed, were the lack of representation that the site was already pre-approved for 10 stories. So when they looked at the variance and the comparisons, they were going from almost a portion of the site and said that the variances were quite significant, and basically ignored the previous 10-floor, 110-unit project. That was the biggest error in their assessment. The other was the timelines that they represented. We've been at this, and we had approval from OLT about 1.5 years ago for the 10 stories, and we're working through NOAC to satisfy it. That wasn't clearly represented as well. So I think from that standpoint, the facts were not fully presented as they should have been.
And the OLT approval was just March 10th, 2023.
That's correct.
And you're just a year later, you're back.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just making the observation that the OLT decision.
2022, I believe, or earlier, and we had to prove the conditions to go back to the board for final site plan or zoning approval.
Okay.
So it did take some time to complete that loop.
Thank you.
The question based on the Ontario Land Tribunal, both the hearing and the decision. Was there a section, I call it 37, it's the, you know it is section 37.
Correct,
It's
yes.
The old number, but.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a section 37 as part of your approval when you went to the OLT?
Absolutely. We had Section 37, which amounted to about $400,000, if my memory serves, or sorry, $280,000, if my memory serves me. In the process of getting our final zoning at the final OLT, that changed to the CBC Community Benefit Program, at which point our costs went up significantly. That money was paid as part of our excavation shoring permit, along with development charges and permit fees. And we're working through a sequential application. This site is unfortunately has soil that isn't the best soil to begin with. We are going through a risk assessment as opposed to a standard record of site condition. That risk assessment has another 6 months to a year, so we can only do sequential permits one at a time. But the site is fully active and we're pursuing it aggressively. And again, I know Committee Member Taylor mentioned that we shouldn't be, talking too much about providing homes faster, but certainly this is a one good project that would significantly increase the numbers of units. And the unit sizes are really quite manageable for the neighborhood and the community. When we sold several years ago, they were priced and at a very reasonable entry-level pricing, and the unit sizes are, again, the same as the previous, and we expect it to do quite well if we're approved. And again, the timeline to complete over and above our current schedule would be not more than 2 months to bring those units into the balance of the construction. So, and I just want to touch back on the meeting we had with staff with regards to the other process. While time is on their side, it's not on our side, because we have foundations that have to be bolstered to support an additional 2 floors. We've designed for those. We can install those. We have a geothermal energy field that we have for supporting our building. So it's one of the most advanced heating cooling system. They are becoming more and more popular. We have to ensure that they can do the update of drilling before the excavation starts, which we expect the end of this month. We have financing that we've changed from 10 stories to add 2 more floors. That takes months of negotiation. So there's a lot of moving parts. It's not as simple, get your approval. If we were to take the other route, it will take us a minimum of 2 months to reassemble, re-update our files to submit for a rezoning application. It will take city 6 weeks to get back to us saying the application is complete or not. At that point, if there's one document missing, they don't circulate. We have to get that document in. It takes them a minimum of 90 days theoretically to approve, but along the way, if there's anything that jumps out that is an issue, that has to be resolved. That 90 days turns into 6 months quite easily. And we don't have that luxury of time. I wish we did, but we really don't. So with all those reasons, I mean, I really do think this project in its 12-story does meet the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you. I'm sitting here thinking about this. I think even if approved today, but we approve the variances, from what you've said, you're still going to be at least 12 months, maybe 15, 16 before you're really at a stage where you're into major construction. You've got a number of issues that you need to address. You can use the time between now and the 16 months to address them, whether we go through a variance or whether you go through a rezoning. I don't see that a variance application here achieves very much in terms of benefit to the community. I think what it also does, though, is it causes us some problems. As you know, the Committee of Adjustment, we don't deal with just numbers. We deal with the concept. And to add 2 stories, minor number, but it's a major part of this development. If it wasn't a major part of this development, you wouldn't be in front of us. So I'm looking at it, variances for an increased height and increased density, and substantial increased density, now 269 units. You're adding 54 additional units. It's a concern, and I see that this is a concern sort of citywide, which is why I asked this gentleman about his 4151 Kingston Road. Even if given approval, so as to get a fast approval, if I call it that, through C of A, it doesn't seem to speed up the ultimate production of the dwelling units. You still have a credible number of hoops, and we're really starting to look at this system that doesn't provide the community consultation. It doesn't provide the opportunity to discuss alternatives, possibly even because it's an increase in height and density in addition to the Section 37. So I'm not sure that approval of this achieves anything for the city. I'm waiting to hear you persuade me.
Okay. Let me start first with the timelines. So we have approximately 1 year to get to ground floor slab. Within that 1 year, we need our foundation poured. We need our bore field drilled, which will need to take place in the next month or so. They won't drill without an approval in front of us because they're offering to us as a provider of energy is they put in the system at their cost. They have drilled their bore field 2 years ago because of the economic downturn and everything else that has been sitting in the ground waiting for opportunity to start construction. Now that we've started, we have bank financing that has been recently finalized. We have to go back to them and say, well, we need additional financing. That takes several months. Financing these days is extremely slow and difficult to get. We are struggling on several projects of trying to get financing, but it's the industry standard right now. The timeline to approve today gives us a trigger to implement all of those efforts tomorrow. Without that, and if we were to wait for 6 months or a year, that opportunity is gone. We won't get bore field in. We won't get 2 more floors. We won't do any of it. It's an impossibility to do that type of work after we wait for a year to get an approval. The city right now, in terms of, and I don't blame them, the magnitude of work they have is just not designed for fast tracking of approvals these days. This process, based on all the evidence I read on previous approvals at committees over the last 2 years, has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-story top-ups. In a case like this of a 10 to 12, it seems to be one of the most popular because that incremental change in height and density doesn't affect the neighbors materially because the shadowing doesn't change, the view out their backyard doesn't change. The street is fully in daylight and sunlight all day long with the exception of sunrise to maybe 8, 9, and 10. We went through an extensive shadow analysis in a written document that we sent in that goes period by period, and each one proves that the city's notion that the height impacts access to daylight was just false. And it's a statement that they've used, and I've read many of the decisions from OLT, that the statement they use at OLT is, well, it is outside our policy, so therefore we can't approve it. Well, outside our policy or our guidelines isn't the same as the proof. Now, I have not read anything from anybody in planning that says that this should not be approved for any factual reason. I get a lot of, well, we don't like it, well, it's kind of outside our policy, well, the angular plane kind of interferes with it. But even when I take all that into consideration, none of it meets the tests of the 4 tests. They have not provided any drawing, any sketch that would suggest that they have a better solution or option or consideration. And for that reason, I believe from the timeline perspective of us having to get this project completed, we need to have the approval so we can actually access all of the other divisions that we need to access. We need to go back to staff and proof all of those parts with them so that we get our first NOAC and our amended NOAC, so all departments are happy with what we're doing. And to me, the big one outstanding will be sanitary. That will be provided as under our 10-story version anyhow. The report will be going in early next week, back into Works Department so they can sign off on it. That will go back to planning so they can prepare a final NOAC for the 10-story building. I'm expecting that to come first, then it'll be amendment to the NOAC. So there's a lot of moving parts, almost a hopscotch of elements that we have to do, each one referring back to the one before, and each one supporting the one to come. So it's a very significant puzzle we have to put together, and we have contractors on site that have to continue with the construction program. We can't stop them for a month or a week or a year to wait for an approval if city doesn't, in the end, agree with the 10 or 12-story project. One of the other comments we got back was that they might consider an 11-story if we made some significant changes to the building design. Well, significant changes to building is, again, another 6-month process to get it through our consultant team and then back to the city for their final approval. And we just don't have that time. So the most expedient was Committee of Adjustment. They've been approved in the past. You approved one a few years ago at this committee for a very similar application, a 10-story, a 9-story to a 12-story on a very similar street width, very similar context. Kennedy Road is quite a wide street. It's quite a high volume street for transportation. Bus route is right there. There's all the supporting documents support that this could have been a 12-story from the start if it hadn't have been for an angular plane policy that's imposed on city streets.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. As I can tell, really, this application is not about the merits of the application so much as the timing. And that's why you're in front of the Committee of Adjustment, is you want to cut down that timing. If we refuse this application, obviously you can appeal it. Mm-hmm. How long does it take to get to the appeals?
About 3 months.
Okay.
Perhaps
All right.
a little longer.
I have no more questions. Other committee members? No? Yeah.
Just an observation, maybe a question for Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Variance 1, zoning bylaw as amended is further amended. This committee can't amend zoning bylaws. I guess my submission is we can't deal with that. They're asking a zoning bylaw schedule to be amended. I don't think we're empowered to do that. And I guess just while you're thinking about that, generally I found that the structure of this notice very unfair to the public. You know, we're used to seeing the zoning bylaw allows 10 stories, we propose 12. The zoning bylaw allows 215 units, we propose 269. This structure forces people to look at bylaw schedules and diagrams and revised diagrams, and it's just not clear. And you know, my concern is the public might look at this, you look at the wording like, and it's throughout. Take number 1, the last statement in so-called variance 1. The permitted maximum unit count is shown on revised diagram 2 as U269. So if I'm a casual observer or member of the public, I read that and say, oh, it's done. No, it's not done. You're asking that it be approved. So I just have a general comment, irrelevant to the decision we might make on this, but just a comment that I really don't like this structure. I don't think it's fair.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like Kevin to comment on that. There was very specific directions that he was provided to write it in this manner, but he's better at this than I am. So if I could pass it back to him to explain the reasoning for the wording, I'll be more than happy to do that, and perhaps he can fill you in on the should be this, whereas it will be that aspects of it.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, in preparation of, it was a waiver, just to back up a bit, it was a waiver that was submitted. As part of that, we also, as we did with several of the other applications of this manner, some of which, Bloor and 4151 Kingston, our approach with these, and our office's approach and other planning consulting firms' approaches, are to submit a waiver while at the same time simultaneously consulting with Toronto Building to receive a ZELC, zoning applicable law certificate. We did receive a zoning applicable law certificate. It actually ended up identifying more variances than were necessary. We resubmitted revised plans. I believe it was on May 27th to eliminate, it was a list of 19 variances down to 9. We added bicycle maintenance facilities. There's just a number of small, I'll call it plans, cleanup items. Now, what we did when we prepared this waiver, which ended up in the notice that was received, is we started out with a draft. We sent that draft to the senior planner of the Committee of Adjustment, who was Miss Ashley Viraggio. I had provided a draft of this to Miss Viraggio prior to submitting it with this application to be considered in the notice. What I had is a lead-in. Sometimes we call it, some committees we use whereas, sometimes in this case, the proposed, or in this case. I had in this case as lead-ins to each of the text-based variances. I received an email back from Ms. Viraggio, and those lead-ins were actually deleted as a red line. So I took the suggestion from the senior planner quite literally, and I deleted them, and then I submitted a waiver that was to city staff's satisfaction. I didn't believe at the time it was necessary to dispute with the senior planner of the Committee of Adjustment how the text-based variances were worded. Now, with regards to the diagram and the concept of a red line diagram, that's fairly consistent with many of the other applications that are, we call them a top-up, that are before committees of adjustment. Applicants, as part of a waiver, are often required to submit a redlined or revised diagram, and that's because Toronto Building does not review and provide a red line diagram as part of a ZELC. What Toronto Building does, and some applicants have actually uploaded this in the past, is they include what in my view is an even more confusing summary of height variances. So what they do is they say in a 30-story zone, you're a 35.9 story zone, and then next in a 27, 32.9, and it ends up as this very long, confusing list. And if you were to translate the ZELC directly to a notice in the manner that it was received by us, in my view, it'd be even more confusing than this particular notice. But, again, we're happy today if the committee is considering approval of this application to introduce lead-ins to each of the variances, not change the variances themselves, but if introducing a lead-in to each of the sentences is possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I share Mr. Taylor's comments. I found that it was very difficult to read this notice, and I ended up reading your report. to tell me what you are proposing to do. So it's a difficult notice. Okay. Any other comments? Any other questions? We're still into questions.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can I make just one more point, just to rebuttal your purpose of being here in terms of time only? I believe we've through our application proven and responded to the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and that we certainly have justified that this is a minor variance application in the context of the building itself, in the context of the street, in the context of the neighborhood. So from that perspective, I think that's where the view should be, not in the urgency I alluded to with respect to the construction sequence and everything else. Before you is a very strong planning document that supports the application, proves the 4 tests are valid, and those are the things that should be focused on for you to make your judgment on approval or not.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, committee, I think we're into committee. Comments from the committee members. Maybe I'll start, and this is only a comment. In this particular situation, I see, if you can, both sides of the issue. We have had requests for increase in density. We had one, I think it was in February, adding 2 stories and a number of units that we've taken through the Committee of Adjustment. We've had a number of applications. We recognize that there is a desire to build houses. Certainly, I think the entire world wants to build houses in Toronto. But I personally have followed a number of applications that I've known, we've given approval to, and I don't see any building permits. So I'm not sure that taking this application through a faster process really achieves a faster outcome, i.e. a constructed building. I'm also very aware that variances are to be minor. Generally, increases in height and density are not considered minor items. So I've got some problems with this one. Anyone else?
Well, yeah, I'm concerned that the city identified this is an example of what's been happening. We're being asked to deal with variances to very major projects. And the city, through the Planning and Housing Committee, only 4+ months ago, directed staff to look at this and come back with some recommendations by the 4th quarter this year. I'm just afraid that we're jumping the gun here and anticipating what might be the outcome of that comprehensive review. And, I guess in the meantime, until the city, if they do decide to set criteria for what is a minor variance for projects like this, I don't feel comfortable saying a 20% increase in the number of stories and a 25% increase in the number of units is minor. So I'm not prepared to support the application.
Okay.
Just I'll make it simple. On those grounds alone, I don't believe it meets 3 of the 4 tests: minor variance, general intent of the bylaw, and general intent of the OP.
Any other comments? Mr. Reid.
Sure, Chair, thanks. Yeah, I think one of the reasons we've discussed this application so long is because of this recent councillor motion and report back request, I think. But we have heard many of these similar types of applications, both in Scarborough and around the city. And I think that the committees of adjustment are are, you know, trained enough and able to look at these applications on their merits and make a decision. And we've approved some, and we've refused some as well. So I'm just trying to look at this application from its merits, and for me, I'm looking at the impacts of the incremental impacts of approving what's before us now versus what is already approved. And for me, it comes down mostly to shadow. I think the implications of the height, and then there are other more technical servicing issues which will have to be remedied through the site plan process. And particularly with the location of this development being in proximity to really plentiful higher order transit. And I think the impact of the height and of the other small changes that are proposed in the variances, I see them as minor. So I'm going to be supporting this application.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, yeah, so I fully understand everyone's perspective on this. It is a little bit frustrating, and I think the frustration comes from, in this case, where it's been to the board, and the board's made a decision, and the decision's relatively recent. But I do also acknowledge that this process began in 2020, so it does have some serious history. I kind of agree with Peter on this one, and the reasons really, I don't want to restate what he's said. I thought quite well, but we need to think a little bit about what is the impact of this development on the surrounding neighborhood and the broader neighborhood. And I don't think that the addition of 2 stories that are set back, and they are stepped back in the upper reaches, is going to significantly increase or change the impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I think that this site on Kennedy, frankly within walking distance of higher order transit, these are the kinds of avenues and streets where the city really does need to support additional intensification. And the addition of 54 units in this climate, where we're in a bit of a crisis, is not insignificant. And I think that while shouldn't overtake our deliberations, should certainly be a major factor in our decision-making process. The variances that are before us, while I get them, but they're not that dramatic. And frankly, if this were to go back to staff and we do more negotiations through the site planning process or zoning bylaw amendment, I'd be surprised if the outcome would be dramatically different than the one that we have before us today. Planning is all about process. I get that. It can be very frustrating from everyone's perspective, but we shouldn't get too hung up on process. Maybe we should be looking more at outcomes. And in this case, where we need these kinds of units in close proximity to transit and other amenities is critical. So in my view, I think the variances are relatively minor. I think that I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to add my comments to this too. I think if we received this as an application for 12 stories, 269 units, we probably would have said, yes, this is the right location for that type of an application. I think what we've got here, and one of the reasons why we are spending this time on this, is a question of jurisdiction, a question of how far should the Committee of Adjustment go in making their decisions, how far is it up to the planning and the council. And so it's a problem when the community should be involved and they haven't been. But that's a problem for this one, maybe for some others. There's obviously no one in the community that has showed up today for this. That community involvement shouldn't overtake good planning. And I think good planning is density, height, at the right location, at the right time. So I too am going to recommend approval of this variance. So I now need a motion.
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons that we've discussed, I move approval of the application. I don't think so. There's no conditions, right, through staff?
Through the chair, there is one condition, there are conditions from Transportation
Oh,
Services.
Oh, that's right, pardon. The three conditions for transportation.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application, subject to conditions from transportation, approval by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay, subject to conditions of transportation. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, back to an obvious variance that's really easy to deal with. Maybe not so easy.
I thought that was easy.
I thought that was pretty philosophical. What are we doing here? Let me just take a 2-second break here, get some water, pull myself back together, and look at the next item. And thank you to the residents that are sitting up there patiently listening to us debate pretty difficult stuff. So,
If you want to have some fun during the break, stand up and tell me what each of the variances meant on that last application. It's just for fun. The decision's made now. Or talk to me offline, whatever you want.
okay, I believe our next item is 119 Netty Drive in the town of Cedar community. Oh yeah, I remember this one now. Got to get back with the program here. The application is to convert an existing ancillary building into a garden suite, notwithstanding its rear yard setback and its side yard setback. And the application for a garden suite penetrates the angular eye. It's just to add that there's an existing building that was built in 2008 that they're trying to convert, and we have letters of support on this application. Is the number 16? Is the agent online? Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item 119 Netty Drive? Nope. Okay. All right. To the agent, would you please give your name and your address?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Ida Evangelista. My address is 53 Brentwood Avenue, Toronto.
Okay. Do you wish, I'm going to ask the committee members, do you wish a presentation?
No, I'm okay.
No. I think we understand this application. It's fairly straightforward. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything that you want to add?
Madam Chair, it is very straightforward. This is an ancillary structure that was approved back in 2020, and the owner's growing family, and they want to now use this as a garden suite, and they would just like to make it legal. It is, again, very straightforward. They reached out to all their neighbors. They received 6 letters of support, And if you have any questions, I'm open for questions.
Okay, see no questions. I'll now take this into committee. Do I have any comments on this? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is, we all agree, this is very straightforward. This is an existing structure. There is no additional construction. They're not adding on to it. It's simply a conversion from an existing structure into habitable space and meets the requirements of garden suites for the most part. The variances are all pre-existing conditions, so I don't think it's any impact on the neighbors or the neighborhood at all. I think it's a supportable application. I'm happy to move approval of this application. There are no conditions.
Okay.
I'll second that.
No conditions.
Good. I have a motion of approval for Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. There are no conditions. All those in favor? The application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 1799 Brentwood Drive. This is a first and second floor addition to an existing dwelling. Number 19. The pieces of paper you see me looking at here is a listing of who has registered to speak. And whereas that is very helpful, it does mean I have to double check. Come on. What's that? 16. 19. We just dealt with 119 Nettle Drive, yes. So that's approved. We're on 99 Brentwood. 99 Brentwood. Agent is, okay. 99 Brentwood Drive. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? Okay. This is an application to construct a first and second floor addition to the existing dwelling with an attached garage. The variances are for additional coverage, building length, building depth, rear yard setback, and exterior stairs. Is the applicant online? Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please give your name and address, sir?
Through the chair, Murray, please don't press anything on your end. Staff will unmute you. Through the chair, Murray, please don't press anything. Through the chair, Murray, we've just lost connection with your microphone. It doesn't have the symbol anymore. Through the chair, we are trying to connect with Murray right now.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Murray, you are now connected. We have unmuted you.
Hello, can you give us your name and address, and whether you wish to comment on this application? It looks reasonably straightforward.
Through the chair, we have lost connection with Murray's microphone once again.
Do you want to stand it down and come back to it?
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
Okay.
there he is.
Okay, I think maybe.
Through the chair, we have provided Murray with instructions on how to call in, so he will be using that option instead.
While we're waiting for. Okay, I think what we will do is we will put that item down to the next item, go on to our next item, which is number 18, 172 Mance Road. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to 172 Mance Road? Come down to the front. Are you the applicant, sir?
No, I'm the spouse of the applicant.
You're the what?
Spouse of the applicant.
You're the representative?
No, spouse
You're the spouse of?
of the applicant, yeah.
of the applicant. And do you agree with the application?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. Great to have a spouse in agreement. Okay, the application is for a rear yard addition. The community staff have recommended that it be, if approved, that there be a statement that you build in accordance with the plans shown. And as I understand, this is for a sunroom. Can I have your name and address, please?
My name is Vijay. My address is 172 Mans Road.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any, do you want to add any comments?
Yeah, actually, this is not to increase the living space of the house. This is only to just have a garden. Because we had problem, it's a long yard, and we have gardens at the back. We just bought the house recently, about 2 years back. And we keep on having a lot of problem in losing a lot of water. So, and we want to reuse the water from the rain. We want to collect the water from the roof and reuse it and build a small. There was a shed before, 10 feet by 10 feet. So we remove that and we want to have it as 20 feet by 28 feet. The same size, the same width as the building, and increase it to 20 feet length. That's how we are trying to do it. And so it'll be covered all three sides because we can use it for the 3 seasons as a garden. And on the top of that, we'll have it as an open garden during the summertime. And we'll extend the roof there because we want to collect the water there. And that's all the purpose. It's not to increase the space of the house or anything. So, and we have long yard, and we did not realize that, it exceeds the limits of the front yard setback. It's actually right. We have 300 feet length in the property.
Okay.
Chair? Quick question. So your second story balcony, which is covered, have you had discussions with your neighbor? Is there a concern, privacy concerns? Are they concerned that there's going to be overlook or privacy issues with your neighbors on each side?
No, on one side, definitely there's no complaints because they have the same length of the yard.
Right.
And the other side, there's a backyard is there. I don't know if they have complained anything about it. But the thing is, it will be only a garden. Right? We will not be sitting there or anything.
So it's like a
yeah, it'll be second level, it'll be a garden during the summer, yeah.
Oh, so it's not going to be used for sitting or
no.
recreation?
No.
Okay.
This is only right to reuse the water and to improve the efficiency of our gardening. It's because my wife is a garden lover. She do a lot of gardening. That's why.
So your garden, so you're going to have a garden up there, but there's a roof over it.
Yeah, we'll have a roof because we want to collect the water there.
Garden. On top of that?
The open one, yeah.
Oh, and this part here is the garden. What are you saying? Right? So he's saying that there's a garden where that balcony is. It's not going to be used for sitting or anything. Which is weird. Okay.
Just to be clear, sir, I understood that the balcony on top of the sunroom
Yeah.
you're going to use for gardening.
Yeah, during the summer, yeah.
I like gardening, but we need sun. You've got a roof on top of that. How are you
No,
going
we'll bring a sky roof, the glass roof on that, so that we can collect the water, and at the same time we will not accumulate the snow on top of the floor there. So it will be loaded there, right, during the winter time.
Okay.
Otherwise, we had to build a very big structure just to do that. But when you put a roof there, the snow will be running out, and we'll be putting a sky roof. You call it sky roof, right? Skylight, yeah. We are adding there, yeah.
There's just no skylight shown on your drawings.
No, we told them that, to do that, yeah. We have asked them to do,
You've
there'll be
asked
two skylights on both sides of the,
So
whatever you
you're
call it.
going to be putting
Yeah, yeah,
skylights
yeah.
in,
Yeah.
but the plans before us don't show any skylights. That's all. I think that's
Okay.
what we're just trying to understand.
It might be a mistake, yeah, but
Because
you know,
the
I,
chair points out, if you're going to grow plants up there, you kind of got to have some sort of material that allows light to go through.
no, this is an open one, right? Because there'll be no coverage or anything, right? It's like a balcony, but whereas for the roof, for both sides, there'll be two skylights.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
It's just your drawings don't show that.
Yeah, okay, right. I just get it done through the people. We'll adjust it accordingly, yeah.
Okay. Community planning has suggested they build in accordance with the plans.
Just the site plan.
Oh, just the site plan. Okay, good, thank you. All right. So we have a condition, the community planning say build in accordance with the site plan, but you're okay putting whatever roof you want. So it's the location of the sunroom that's the issue. Any comments? No? No? No comments? All right. Do I have a motion for 172 Mance Road?
Done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a very reasonable, easy to understand project, I believe. I've got no problem finding it to be satisfying the four tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval subject to the planning condition and urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay? Okay, moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Clay. Approval subject to community planning comments that you build in accordance with the plans and urban forestry comments. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Enjoy your summer.
Thank you.
It's a huge lot. Okay, is the previous applicant, is he online, or how are we doing with that?
Through the chair, Murray is back online.
Ah, good. So we'll go back to item number 17, 99 Brentwood Drive. There's no one in the audience on this matter? Okay. Would the applicant please provide his name and his address?
Through the chair, Murray, you are unmuted. You can go ahead. Through the chair, Murray has once again disconnected. We are attempting to contact him once again. We might have to proceed with the next item.
Okay. I think what we'll do is we will continue to go through the agenda, and we will come back to see if he is online. So we will move to item number 1931 Scarborough Avenue. Okay, the purpose of this application is to build a new two-story dwelling with an FSI of 59% versus 40%, front yard setbacks, front porch, and front platform. We've got two people in the audience. Are you the applicants, or you wish to speak about this application? So we'll hear from the applicant first.
We're for the same house. We want to speak after them. We're the neighbors on the other side.
Oh, well, join them out at the front. There's a bench on both sides here.
Okay.
So. Okay, I have the agent is virtual, and we also have some neighbors with concerns who are virtual, as well as the two in front of us. So, this is 31 Scarboro Avenue. It's a new two-story dwelling. As I said, is the applicant online?
I am, yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, would you provide a quick presentation of your proposal? You have 5 minutes.
Chair, name and address?
Sure. My name is Nicole Parr, and I'm at 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto. I'm here as the agent for my client representing 31 Scarborough, and we're here asking before you a few variances. I believe there are 2 main variances, and the rest are a trickle-down effect relating to those. The first of which is the front yard setback. I submitted some supplementary material. Can you bring that up for me, please? It was a map showing the houses in the area. Oh, check.
Through the chair, if this material was submitted after the written submission deadline, it is not included in your agenda packages, and we cannot share the screen with it.
Okay. Okay, then that's okay. So basically, I'll explain what the picture was and what everything is. The reason for our variances is the location of the building beside ours. You can't see it, but it is pushed further back than all the other houses in the neighborhood. It's the only house that's pushed back on that street. All the other houses are in line. We had to take an average of the 2 houses beside ours, and thus that gave us a variance. But we're citing the house in line with the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. There's an example of the same situation at 115 Zaff Avenue, a committee of adjustment application that was approved by the COA on November 10th, 2022. It was the same situation, a house pulled back and all the houses are in front. We do note a letter from the neighbor, and we're compassionate for their privacy, but our building is simply trying to be built in the same line as the rest of the houses on the street, which is something that urban planning would want to have happen. We are willing to remove the window in the pantry, but cannot remove the window in the dining room. We do need some natural light in that area. But the situation here is that he's so far back that it's not in line with the rest of the neighbors, and it's causing us to have variances. In regard of the FSI, we believe this to be minor, some extra square foot for this family to have a proper home for their family. We also note a similar acceptance by the committee of 115 Zaff Avenue, where they were asking for 0.6 FSI, where 0.4 was required. And as you can see, this is a slow but growing pattern in the neighborhood for FSI around this range. As well, we are respecting side yard height, length, depth bylaws, and do not think this house adds to a problem with massing. I also take note of the urban forestry conditions and the notice from planning staff who do not oppose our application, and we are happy to be tied to those conditions. Thank you. We welcome any comments.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Any questions of the applicant? Okay. We take the people in the room first. And I have listed someone else who is online who wishes to speak. So,
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Khusro Khan. I'm the next door neighbor, which the setback is little back. It's old house. It's not a big house. We have very small house.
sorry, next door neighbor, can you give the address?
29 Scarboro Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So we have like quite a big lot in front. Front yard is big, and we use more often than our house in the backyard because this is more. And right now on the both side we have kind of like private setting, so we spend more time. And you know, in Canada we have certain limited time to spend. So as we see the proposed project, we started writing to the committee and requesting to address that, because otherwise we're going to be under, like somebody is looking, you know, to our porch or directly to where we're coming out, we're going in. So we're concerned about that. So I think that's our main big concern. I'm not very familiar with what they allowed, what they're not. This is my first time we are attending. We're quite impressed with the work you guys doing is amazing. I'm going to ask my wife to add a few things. Unless you have a question, you can ask.
No, okay. Would you give your name again, please?
Sure. My name is Aruj Khan. I live at 29 Scarborough Avenue, and this was my spouse. So good afternoon to Madam Chair and to the committee members. I would just wanted to mention that when we purchased the property, we liked the unique character of this property because it has a very, because it's set back, and that was originally done back in the 50s and 60s. So because of that unique feature, we chose this particular property for us to live there. We've been there for about over 11 years now, and we don't plan on moving in the near future at all, or in the next 10 years. So what has happened is the front of our garden is like a park-like setting. It has a circular driveway. It has a lot of privacy. And the neighbors that are adjacent to the south side of our property, like like on our left side, when we're facing Scarborough Avenue, they have never put windows. When they did their renovations, they did not put any windows towards our side, and they respected our privacy. And we were also told that we should never think of putting windows, so that it's. I think I was under the impression that you're not supposed to have windows on the side of the houses. So in any case, our only objection is that we use the front of our garden more than we do the back. So because it's a unique kind of garden. And I don't think there's any property like that in this area. I could be wrong, but the way the land was developed, it's just a very unique style. So because of that, because we sit out in the front and our kids do everything in the front, we would prefer that the window be somewhere else, and not face into our front area. If it's facing out where our brick wall is, we don't have a problem with that. But the one that's near the front, we think that would be an issue for us because, you know, I just don't want to be seeing my neighbors, you know, if I'm out there. I have no objection to them living there, of course, but I mean, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but yeah. And the fact is also that we have a lot of animals coming into our garden, so we're animal lovers too, so we want to maintain our natural presence there.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next couple?
Hi,
Your name and
everybody.
address,
Oh,
please.
my name is Maria Sparks, and I live at 35 Scarborough Avenue.
Okay,
Okay, well.
you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I probably won't need that much time. Um, we always expected someone would build south on the south side of us where this particular house is going to be built. And as a result, we expected we would lose the view and light from the only real 3 windows we have at the side of the house, the laundry room, the kitchen, where we have a nice view into their backyard, and the guest room where we see over the rooftops and light comes in. So it's not a big surprise that we're going to have a wall ahead of us. But the big problem I have is that we have a beautiful solarium at the back, and the back edge of the house, the perimeter of their house, is going to encroach on our skylight and block out the value of the skylight. And at the side, on that particular wall, we have, I have pictures, I don't know if I'm allowed to show them, but we have, from the inside, we have a bank of
Through the chair,
windows.
that information is not permitted. Because
Okay. So anyways, they're going to ruin the solarium, which is our main feature of the house, which is kind of depressing. Like, it's already sad to lose the other windows, but then to lose the sun in your solarium is not good. So we were wondering if it would be possible to bring the back line of the house forward, or to put a balcony up there, or 1.5 stories, or a slant or something, so it wouldn't block our view. When that's a beautiful strip of windows designed into the solarium, we sit there, we can see the sky and the trees and the moon and everything, and now it's going to be blocked. It's going to change the room. We're going to feel like we're living downtown rather than in pastoral Highland Creek. So that's all I have to say. I don't know if that can be adjusted or considered, but I don't like the front either. It seems kind of overly done, but I don't know why they're getting a variance for 24%, 20% more almost floor space. I don't know. It's up to you guys or some other people, but I'm just telling you how I feel about it. It would be very sad if our solarium was blocked off and our side view completely, every window except for maybe 2 at the very back up high. So anyways, that's all I came to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you want to say anything? Okay. Okay.
Okay, all right. We have someone online.
Through the chair, those speakers ended up attending in person.
Those speakers?
They ended up attending in person, so.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So we have heard from everyone on this matter. It's back then to the applicant. Would you please address these items?
Absolutely, thank you. I think on the one hand, there's one neighbor who wishes us to move the building more back. On the other hand, there's a neighbor who wishes us to move the building more in front. All we can do is try to make a building that we believe will meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act and make a building that we believe will fit in with the character of the house. We're making it in line with the rest of the neighborhood. We do not have any length or depth variances, and we believe that we're addressing a minor variance to this committee today. We do offer to the one neighbor at 29 Scarborough to remove the window in the pantry. There's another window there, so we do not need an extra window. So we are amenable in that fact. But as I said, we don't have a length variance, and we do need that full length to be able to design and build a proper home.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
Not for me.
All right, we're now in committee. Any comments?
I can start, Chair. Thanks, first of all, to the neighbors for coming out and spending a lot of your day here. It's been longer than anticipated. I understand that. I think the applicant made some good points in that they're in a rough spot in terms of getting pushed forward and getting pushed back from both sides, and I think they have tried to take that into consideration in the design of their house. I think part of the looking at the length of it, it is shorter than the house to the north, and the roof does slope down in the back, and I think that can go to minimizing some of the impacts of the massing of that house. And then there's a small one-story portion. Adam, we don't really deal with the side windows. I understand that's going to have an impact on the neighbors, but I think that's a reasonable thing to have in the side of a house. So I think this is a supportable application.
Okay. Mr.
I would just add to the point, I mean, I agree. Thank you for coming down. We heard and understand your concerns. But what we have before us is an application that isn't seeking a height variance, isn't seeking a length variance. There are no side yard setback variances. The only thing is the front yard setback, which I think the applicant made a good point that, because of the way it's measured, using the two adjacent properties and the fact that the southerly property is already set back, it does need a variance, but otherwise the front of the house would line up with pretty much every other house along that street. So appreciate that folks are concerned about light, but there is no depth variance, there is no height variance. So for the most part, this is almost as of right kind of construction, at least in terms of the overall building envelope. So I sympathize, but I think what we have before us is something that does constitute minor.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, anything to add?
I would just say to carry on Mr. Clay's thinking, this is very close to what's permitted as of right. And I think with respect to the lady from number 35 particularly, this house could be built without a variance with respect to the impact on the backyard. They don't need a rear yard variance or a depth of building variance. So, as I say, it's very close to as of right. We have to determine the impact of the variances compared to as of right, and I get the sense that we're all agreeing that, this is quite an acceptable application.
Okay.
Chair, I'm happy to move a motion on this one.
Okay.
I'll move to approve this application subject to the community planning recommendations to decide a site plan and forestry conditions number 2 and 3.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. A motion for approval from Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed, subject to community planning, build in accordance with the site plan and urban forestry conditions. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's a good situation where you can see on both sides you have some problems, but it's a brand new house and life does change and goes on. So thank you very much for coming.
So I understand the applicant agreed to remove the window, which is looking right into our front yard. I understand that they agreed to that. So is going to be implemented?
I believe the applicant, it's a window.
Yes.
So we're not really addressing the window itself because the variance doesn't talk to the windows. But she has offered that you need to talk to them later to ensure that when the building is built, that is achieved.
Okay. Who do we talk to? Nobody talking to us. We got the notice. That's why we came with concern.
Okay, the applicant perhaps the applicant or the builder can contact you.
I'll be happy to work with them. That's not a problem.
What I can suggest is the information is online, and if you haven't heard from them, you contact them. So you've got the name and address of the applicant.
The applicant is online right now.
Yes. We have the name and address of the applicant here.
Okay, they're free to contact me, or I can reach out to them, because this is what they agreed. And we're quite happy with that. If that's been removed, we'll be happy to live, without worrying about somebody watching us all the time.
Okay, this is beyond what we can do for you. You need to take it from here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So item number 19, 31 Scarborough. Item number 20 has been withdrawn. We had the motion already for that. So we're now on item 21.
Through the chair, the applicant for item 17 is online.
Is he online?
Well, by phone, yes.
Yes? Perfect. We'll go back to item 19, correct?
17.
17.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Very good.
Can you hear me? Oh, that's good. I hate these technical issues.
I hear you on technical issues. I find them challenging myself. So this is an application for 99 Brentwood Drive. It's a first and second floor addition to an existing dwelling, and it has coverage, length and depth, rear yard setback, and stairs. Community planning suggests we build substantially in accordance, and Metrolinx has sent in a letter with no objections. So, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 1799 Brentwood? Nope. Okay. So, all right, sir. Would you give your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Murray Fern, F-E-A-R-N. My address is 20 Ferris Road, East York, Ontario, M4B 1G1.
Okay. Took us a while to connect with you. Do you wish to do a presentation, or do you wish to simply answer questions?
Yeah, sure. Let me just do my little monologue here. And
okay, go ahead.
If there's any questions. Okay, again, my name is Murray Fern, and I'm the applicant, agent, and designer representing the owners of 99 Brentwood Drive. Our proposal before you is to construct a one-story front entrance with covered porch and steps, a two-car attached garage, and a second-floor addition. In order to construct our additions, we require 5 variances, and we can go into the numbers after if you want. We require a coverage variance, building length, building depth, rear yard setback, and the width of entry steps. The owners have spoken with their adjacent neighbors who have no objections to their proposal, and there are no letters of objection submitted to the Committee of Adjustment. This project is not just a renovation for resale. The issue is the owner wants the addition to allow his son and their family to live on the second floor and assist their aging parents. We had, as you mentioned there, we have 3 notices that were submitted to committee. One by community planning, who has no objections to our application as long as we build in accordance with the site plan, which we will do. We also had a notice from Metrolinx, has no objections, and we had a notice from Forestry to apply for a permit to injure or remove. Now, I can assure the committee that there's 2 very nice big trees in our side yard, and we're not going to remove those trees, although we have to apply for a permit to injure. And the real only area that is within the tree protection zone there is the entrance way with porch and steps. And in that area there, we plan to just dig by hand, try to do anything to avoid the major roots of the tree. So again, we don't want to have any issues with the tree there. Again, we believe that the variances are minor and hope that the committee can see fit to approve our application.
Okay, thank you very much.
If there's any questions?
Any questions?
No, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I got a question. Sir, could you please tell me, with respect to variance for the rear yard setback, what yard is that?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just looking at your plans drawings.
That's where we're making the two-car garage. You see where the garage is? That's the rear yard. I realize it's kind of strange, but
Okay,
that's
so
the rear yard there.
that's kind of at the east end of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So beyond the garage
Exactly right.
is the rear yard?
Mm-hmm.
So the existing,
Beyond the garage is the rear. Yes.
Yeah.
yes, okay.
And
So
to be honest with you, the owners. Yep. Oh, go ahead.
It's the shortest of the two frontages.
So the existing rear yard setback then, on this drawing I'm looking at, is 3.91 meters. Is that correct?
Well, that's the proposed rear yard setback, yes.
Oh, yes, proposed, right. Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions?
No.
You okay, Mr. Taylor, now?
I'm good.
Okay. There's a condition that from community planning, built substantially in accordance, and forestry conditions. Do I have a motion?
Don does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm satisfied this application and the 5 variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval subject to the community planning condition and urban forestry condition 2.
Okay. Second. Moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in favor? That item carries. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry for the technical issues.
We understand them. Okay, that moves us to the last item for today, which is item 2170 Watson Street. Come down to the front. Okay. '70 Watson Street is an application for a new 2-story dwelling with an FSI of 417 meters squared versus 334 meters squared. Building length and depth. We have comments from community planning that they build in accordance, and question about trees. Sorry, forestry has commented on the trees on the site. So, is the applicant online? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Yaso Somalingam. I'm the applicant and I live in 880 Ellesmere Road.
Okay, Mr.
Scarborough.
Salamingo. Not sure I pronounced that quite correctly, but thank you. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's straightforward. I'll make it very brief. And there are any questions I can answer after.
Okay, go ahead.
Staff can share the site plan, please. So the first two variances are related to the setback. The front yard setback of two of the adjoining properties are determined, and then our house is further back, and that's triggering. That means it's about 2.4 meters further back than the allowed setback, since it's a very deep lot, and then our client wishes to have a little bit extra space in the front, and also that will give some space for the roots for the trees in the front as well. So that's triggering the building length and the building depth, and as well as the breakfast area in the back, which if it's 2.5 meters, it would be allowed, and it will be not coming to the building length or the depth. But because it's a 3 meter, to have a reasonable size for the breakfast area, that triggering into the building depth and the side building length. Having considered that, the second floor, which is straight line, not going like a bay window for the breakfast nook, that's well within the required building length and the setback, building length and the building depth lines. And that meets all the requirements. Actually, it's only 16.71 depth of the second story building. In addition to that, we are asking for the FSI, which is about 9% more than is allowed, and it's in this area. It's commonly been approved in the past for other properties as well. So our client also, since it's a custom built new home, they are seeking for these variances so that they can have this house built.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Just a quick question, if I could, Chair. If with the exception of the breakfast nook off the back, would you need, what's your depth?
Normally the breakfast is if it's in the middle, they allow 1/3 of the back, that means rear side, can be extended up to 2.5 meters, but it's going for 3 meters. So if that breakfast nook is not there, the depth is only 16.71 meters. If you look at the second floor plan, we can see that.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, Madam
Can
Chairman.
give your name and
Yes.
address, please.
Gordon Feely, 66 Watson.
Okay. Are you speaking right into the mic there?
I think so.
That sounds better. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Feely.
When I designed my house, the setback, the side back, not side back. I have a stroke, so bear with me. The side lot setback was 5 feet or 8 feet for the house next door. Our house was designed because we had a setback of 3 feet because our subdivision on the west side, Milroy, was a part of our subdivision.
Okay.
So that is a big variance for us. I know he wants that breakfast nook or whatever it is, but if he flips his house, he saves that tree. And it's a very old tree, and the neighbors like it. The other part, the trees, the oak tree in the backyard has been struck by lightning, 5 or 6 years ago. We've been trying to get somebody to either take it down or whatever, but it's been struck by lightning, and it's a big hole in the center of the tree. It's going to fall eventually. The other thing is the size of the house. It's probably going to be the biggest house on the street. I'm not conveying it properly, but if you look at the plans, it's going to be huge. It goes back quite a ways beyond our house, and when we built it, it was the biggest house on the street. Now it's minuscule. I guess that's it. No, the boss.
Just before you go, you said you're number 66?
We are 66 Watson Street.
Okay, so you're to the south here.
And all the
I just want to add, I see your comment on the trees. There is a requirement for a tree preservation study. And so someone, before this building is built, will have to evaluate the trees and satisfy urban forestry that they either need to be taken down or preserved. Okay. Yeah. You had something else you wanted to add?
Well, we built all the houses on the area back on Milroy. So we know.
I recognize your name, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Haywan Feely. I'm at 66 Watson Street, and Gord is my spouse. I just want to say that, my 5 minutes are up? Oh, okay. I just want to say that, we appreciate that somebody would like to build a brand new home and it's going to be beside us. I'm a bit concerned about the size of the home, the depth, the width. And I'm concerned that we're going to lose some of our privacy in the backyard. This is going to be, right now, it's a raised bungalow, and it will be a 2-story home with, I believe, a balcony at the back. And it will be definitely overlooking our backyard. We've enjoyed the quaintness of the Highland Creek Village. And many of the homes, there's a real mix now of old and new there. But this one will be quite significantly bigger than the other homes that are on our street. So that's what we're concerned about. As far as flipping the design of the home, it would save that beautiful tree on the north side of the property. As far as the one that's been struck by lightning, that's at the very back, and that's not going to be an issue. But if they did flip it, it would save that big tree. And that's what our concerns are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? No, thanks. Okay. To the applicant, you have an opportunity to add your comments.
Yes, Madam Chair and the committee. Except the front yard variances, this is triggered by the citywide new zoning bylaw, which is average to the next 2 houses, but it still completed the whole zoning bylaw requirements. But because of that, these first 2 variances are coming, and as I said, that Brentwood look is triggering a little bit more to that too. But we are not seeking any rear yard setback variance or side yard setback variances or height variances. We are complying to all of those. And if you look at it, since it's being a wider lot, most of the house and everything is well within the required setbacks lines. And furthermore, the GFA requirement, it's in this neighborhood, they were allowing about 12% more. We are seeking only about 9% more. And they still have space to put behind the garage and sort of thing, but they limited such a way that it's compared to the new houses being built in this neighborhood. Yes, the old houses in the neighborhood are smaller in nature, and those were designed in those days to have our own septic in the backyard. But now things have changed, and then it allows for the customer, client to build a little bit larger homes as the new homes being built in the city. As far as a planning point of view, these variances are minor in nature, and it meets all three tests of the planning act. And I understand there may be some concern on the trees, but there will be arrows working on these trees, and then their main concern is to save the tree in the front and the street boulevard than the private tree. So this will allow the client to save the trees in the front. But anyway, I'm not an expert on that. Let the arrows work with the urban forestry to come with the right solution.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant?
No, thanks.
No questions? Okay. We're now in committee. Any comments?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Reed.
Sure, Chair, thanks. I think this is a very reasonable application. I think if you took the sunroom off the back, then length and depth would be permitted as of right, and there are no side yard setbacks being requested, and then the only thing that remains is the GFA. So I think that these are minor variances, and I support the application.
Okay.
Sound like a motion.
Yeah, if my colleagues have nothing else to add, thanks to the neighbors for coming. I understand this is going to be a change in your life, but I think that these changes are within the spirit of the zoning bylaw, and I do believe they're minor. So I move approval of the application subject to community planning conditions and urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Taylor?
Second, thank you.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Taylor. Approval of the application subject to community planning that they build in accordance with the plans shown and urban forestry. All those in favor? That application is approved. Thank you very much for showing up. Mr. Feely, I know I've recognized the name. You did build probably 50 to 60 houses in this area. Time moves on and we get bigger houses.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much for showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Okay. I believe that ends our meeting for today. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Mr. Taylor.
Madam Chair, I move for adjournment.
Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reed. Okay, all in favor? We are now adjourned. Anything else I need to say? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the committee members that have shown up that are not part of the Scarborough panel. I certainly appreciated you showing up and helping us out here. And thank you to staff.